I'm a streamer, and I'm streaming today. I don't know why I have a Sublime tab open that says 900. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff to do. Did I ever start this? Of course not. And we gotta get the game online and everything too. Put Botland online. Update today. Update changes. But yeah, hey Pro Sam, hey EJ, Hideo, Adne. Can we have some intense music? I feel like I would need to compose intense music if I were to do that. Okay, we need a straw poll. You know, people are telling me all the time in here, you don't ask enough questions via straw poll. So, at moderators only, do you want Twitch's auto mod on? This is what's causing us to have to allow/deny messages. Yes. Same level. Yes, at the only level lower than the one it's currently at. No. And I am not a moderator, but I felt like answering this poll anyway. Okay. Okay, so we're going to ask this throughout the day. Then we're going to add a bunch of quotes. What is it? Add quote? You know what? Let's do it this way. Voted. Okay. And there. Alright, I gotta copy paste all these things. These have been a long time coming. Alright, so did we get them all? How many quotes did I just add? It's a good question. So I added these two directly. Then we got Jupiter, EJ, Kukuruku, Mike Spurtman, Avixator, TJ, Weedley, Zilly, and Zeth. Okay, cool. By the way, if you want to look at these without having to type them all in, you can just navigate to that. So here are all of the quotes. What's 67? Oh, yeah. Hey, Liquidor. And hey, Tyrandez. I'll be typing out the plan in just a sec, Liquidor. But the plan is generally keep working through the to-do list. How'd you sleep last night? Yeah, so a lot of these quotes, I'd had them in a OneNote and I just never put them online. Now they're finally online. There's a lot of good stuff. This was cracking me up, though, when it actually happened. Can you guys see this? Yeah, now you can see it. Okay, yeah. So today is going to be a continuation of bug fixes, some prototyping probably, generally just working through the to-do list. We have a bunch of stuff I've got to do. We have a bunch of stuff that I have to do. Okay, so AWS. And by the way, if you want to continue to read this quote, you can just go to the link I just pasted in the chat and just put Avixator at the end, or just navigate to it. It's right there, Avixator. Okay, let's see what this got. Okay. Well, I should ask this of more mods as they stream in. Actually, Tyrant does as a mod, but I don't think he's seen AutoMod yet. The guy who hosted yesterday went nuts getting 80 plus viewers. Yeah, he did. And the thing is, he's been on Twitch long enough where I'm surprised that hasn't, like, that's still his reaction. But I mean, this is what happens to everyone who's on Twitch, I think. You start out, you have, like, no viewers. Then someone hosts you at one point, and you're like, oh my god. And that happened to me, too. I think the first person who hosted me was Latch. And he, I think, gave me, I don't know, like somewhere between 60 and 100 viewers. And some people actually stayed from Latch's stream. That was like a year ago, more than a year ago. Hey, Nate Goody. Yeah, Pro Sam, they are. They are pretty good. Hey, Alex. Yeah, so I guess I'll write news here. Added quotes 65 to 74. Okay. So I don't think this is necessary. This is news from November. Yeah. Let's get rid of that stuff. Wait, Liquidor, you stream? Oh yeah, I'm following you. Wait, I've never seen you stream though. Interesting. Guess the Automon thingy learn and get better over time. Maybe we should at least give it a longer try. Takes less than 1 second to validate anyway. Yeah, in general, that's kind of how I feel. Plus, the other thing is, if it ever does catch a real message, there's a certain amount of, what is it, false positives you allow in order to get a real positive. So, for example, if there's 9 messages that we have to allow just so that one doesn't actually make it through chat, that's probably still worthwhile. But if it was like 1,000 messages we had to allow just so one doesn't make it through, that's probably not worthwhile. Do subs trigger automod? Probably. Wait, Liquidor, but I haven't even seen you stream in 2016, I think. Anyway, edit con today. We need to put everything online. I should start this process. Let's see what today said yesterday. So Wednesday, Adam is still working on fixing bugs at this point and preparing for alpha. There may be some prototyping today to figure out the best performance for. He may update this command later. The game will be online if you want to check it out. Okay, this is a pretty good start to the today command. I just started before Christmas. Last year was just a gaming channel. Oh, okay, got it. We can ban you right now. Same output. I think one person in this chat has actually asked to be banned. And I don't remember if we banned them or not. Okay, so what did we change here? I might just need to stash this stuff. In fact, I think I will have to do that. Yeah, let's stash all of this. You can't do that from this UI. That's great. Stash, save. What is this stuff that I did? Like base 64 nonsense. Okay. So now there should be nothing here. Good. Okay, so now when we change this, change it to 0.0.58. Good. Okay, except for what I meant to do was push that. That's fine. Is this going to ask me for credentials? Because I don't know if I restarted my computer. Apparently I did not restart my computer. Okay. Yeah, so this is all just the process of getting the game online. Hey, Jew. How's it going? Alright, so that's done. Next, BL deploy. By the way, one of the other things I did yesterday is get rid of like 40 old versions of Botland online. So right now when you connect to the game, what's happening is it's loading from a particular assets directory here. And I preface all of these with the version number. And then there's a hash. I don't remember what makes this hash. But this version number, if you... I had like 20 something all the way up to 50 something here. Even though I'm away for work tomorrow, what are you streaming? I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. The plan is never to actually stream on Thursdays. I find that there's enough stress buildup from Monday to Wednesday where I don't think it's that feasible. Oh yeah, respond to Adnet on stream. But I don't know. Maybe I just got a game yesterday for free. it came with my graphics card. So maybe I'll stream that. I don't know. Don't count on a stream tomorrow. That's actually what I should say. No Portal 2 stream. I've been talking to Dave about that. We might do one. Not tomorrow, but eventually. Hey, Pawn. Okay, so where did I leave off? We need to push these things. We need to connect to this machine, etc. Alright, let's do this. So in getting all of this online, I really should at some point make some of these steps a little bit easier. Alright, so we've done that stuff at least. Next, we need to do this, this. And this. Cool. Then we go over to here, and we run these commands, and everything should be good. It'll be probably about like 10-15 minutes before Botland's online, and we don't have to wait that whole time before I can start doing some more things. So there's nothing to even push there. Strange. That is strange. I thought I fixed a bunch of bugs. How is there nothing to push in either of these repositories? Uh-oh. I guess they were all client-side fixes that I did yesterday. Is that right? Is every single thing I modified yesterday a client file? Client, 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 client. Okay, I guess so. Well, then that's not a bug. Who would have thought? Alright, so copy log messages. So then we don't need to push those things. So we can just run these commands now. In fact, interesting. Okay, cool. Let's do it to it. Whoops, didn't mean to do that one. Okay, whatever. It's probably not that big a deal. Unless it reruns it. Maybe I should just press Control C here. Or I could do it on the next one. We'll have to watch this. That's frustrating. Oh well. Okay, so let's also turn this into our change list for today. So refactor some CSS, that doesn't matter. Remove outline on canvas. This was an issue on Firefox that was, I'll just say this was a subtle bug on Firefox. Fix typo, fix really stupid CSS issue. Oh yeah, fix CSS bug with the blueprint selector, where changing between blueprints and chips. Bro, Sam. It's a good way to get my attention. Switching between blueprints and chips would sometimes change the width of the panel, which would push the canvas to the side, which would show some blank space off to the right. Okay, that doesn't matter. Around the blueprint info panel remaining open. You got it. That you did. Alright, so if you went into replay mode as an attacker for a phase that you'd lost, and selected one of your own bots, then exiting the replay would keep the info panel open. And what's more is that the edit remove buttons decide its own weird bugs. Cool. Good. Okay, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. If you end up with any weird drag, mostly drag issues, mouse click issues, then it's probably a result of this, and you should report it to me. Hey, Root Killer. The game will be online in just a little bit. Yeah, this, I need to stop. exactly why I wanted to do that. Okay, good. So the game should be online in about 5 minutes. I need to do this, and I need to do this. There. Yeah, so good about 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. It should be online. It's a good conspiracy theory, Liquidor. Maybe it's true. Okay, so fix a bug where blueprints disappear. When you would create a new script on an attack blueprint from the quick edit script. I fixed this. Due to incorrectly ordered code, I was always updating. This meant that you were only limited by how many you could place in a single phase. Okay, cool. So, bug fixes. There we go. Yep, and this is very verbose. The account server's offline, is it? It shouldn't be. No, I'm not seeing that. The account server's online because I'm able to log in. You lost 20 Bitcoin. Oh, that is apparently Jew's fault. Suggestion, new note below stream. What, Liquidor? I'm not sure I understand what you mean there. Okay, so let's update changes. And let's put this here. So this is 58, first uploaded today. 58 in general bug fixes. Oh, usually I order these in terms of importance. I think the most important one is this. Then what? This doesn't matter. This doesn't really matter. None of these are really that important. This is the least important one, though. Fix CSS bug. Yeah, I think the rest of these are roughly in order of importance. There. Okay, cool. So describe version 58. Done. Aren't they called notes, the posts or whatever? Oh, you mean the info section. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this news feed or whatever. This. Yeah. Sorry, when you say below stream, I wasn't sure if you meant to do something like this. Yeah, I try to reserve that for important stuff. I think it keeps people more engaged though, so maybe I should just change that. Okay, so that's done. So this is done, this is done. We'll have to just make sure that it was the case. HG240. Okay, so Adne, are you still there? So Adne posted a comment. I'm going to give some background to everybody else. Adne posted a comment on my video here suggesting what if the resource gathering part was a separate game mode in the future? And I just wanted to give some time to this idea. And hey, Sean. So my response, there's a couple of things here. And I already told Adne about this. Again, this is for background for everybody else. So my response was to link to the design document, and then in here there's another document that I have. This document is incredibly long. The important parts were here. Reasons to even want automation, and then the overall conclusions. And so I'll sum this up to the overall conclusions. One of the things I realized is that I don't think Botland can ever work as a real-time game. And as far as reasons to want automation, this is here. You either have repetitive tasks or long-running tasks or tasks where you're not even present. So, with that said, a resource gathering part as a separate game mode. I think, when I think of resource gathering, I think this changes the objective from kill the CPU to collect the most resources. Now, this could also change the foundation of the game from asymmetrical to symmetrical. So to describe the asymmetry right now, there is an attacker and a defender, and they have opposite goals. Protect versus destroy. So defender protects, attacker destroys. With symmetry, it would be just the, like, I guess both players would have the same goal of collecting resources. And I don't know exactly how this would work, so I want to describe the theory behind this. The defender starts out sort of overpowered, and as the 3 phases play out, they lose power. The attacker has constant power throughout the 3 phases. You should put things in that post section, like links to that text doc the other day when you didn't stream, but put a text doc in the stream title and auto-host it. It kept auto-hosting and I couldn't click the text doc link. Oh, interesting, Pawn. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. I'll write that down. Yeah, that, by the way, that was done pretty hastily, so I don't know if I would have had the wherewithal to remember that. But yeah, generally, if I know ahead of time that I'm not going to be there for a stream or something, yeah, I should do that. Okay, so yeah, the theory of this was, hey, you have an asymmetrical game mode, but there's only one player present. What's the spraying sound? That's a pressure cooker. I can finally answer what that is. It should end in about 3 to 4 minutes probably. Okay, so yeah, one of the things that Botland always has to accommodate is only having a single player present in a game at any given time. The one change we could make to this is having neither player present. Hey, Vito Gaming, thanks for the host. So anyway, with resource gathering, you have to imagine that you're going to join a game against someone who's come up with a defense which gathers resources, I guess. I'm not saying this can't work, by the way. This is not like a long-winded way of me saying, hey, your idea sucks. This is a long-winded way of me saying, let me think about this idea. So the things to reconcile here is one player would be present. Well, neither player present. What I mean by this is basically you hit the play button, and what happens is you don't get to pick your strategy, really. It's like you versus someone else in a very automated way. To clarify, this would just be pure automation. Right now, you customize bots and place them according to what you see. Pure automation would be pressing the attack button and just having a game run with no inputs. I don't think that's fun, though. I think this has a bunch of other problems with it. Mostly copy-paste stuff. Okay, so anyway, that aside. So one player is present. There's a symmetrical goal. And we need to, well, mostly need to reconcile this fact. So I'll just kind of brain spew some things. I'm going to just kind of talk about this for about 5 minutes maybe, unless there's something promising here. And the reason why is because we do eventually need another game mode, and I think it's worth giving some time to this. So let's say it was just collect however many resources you can. And as a defender, maybe you're still... I never ran the game, did I? No, I didn't. Let's go start that up. there. Oh yeah, Alex, you have a quote now. What is it, 64? No. Hang on, I'll find the quote. Where is it? Wait, right? No. Did I not add one for you? Maybe I didn't. Anyway, they started at 65. Alright, never mind. Sorry, Alex. Ignore what I just said. Okay, so did this start up? Yeah. So here's what I'm talking about here. When you click Edit Defense, imagine that this is resource collection mode now. I think the way that this would work is that chips would have to help you toward resource collection. So defenders, chips would help toward collecting resources maybe. The CPU may not exist. Oh yeah, and then the other thing is, it has to be different from the existing mode. Hey, 3D extended. So this whole point of attacker and defender is probably not a great idea, because the whole thing about defender was, the other thing, I guess, in the existing mode, defenders have tools to change the gameplay around so that the present player has to respond to these changes in rules. Hey, Patsy boy. So I think the way for this to work in a resource collection mode would have to be pretty much the same way, where the non-present player, they would be able to change what's happening. Maybe where resources spawn. Maybe defenders turn into dungeon masters instead. Maybe it's just a high score kind of thing. I'm not sure how this would work. Maybe it's more of a PvE mode. Or maybe it's a... Maybe this would be a free-for-all. That could be really interesting. But then again, does this change very much? I think this should be then the second mode of Botland, a free-for-all. That is very different from the first one. But how would it work exactly? Most other successful games of this kind are mostly symmetrical. Hearthstone, Clash of Clans, Clash Royale. Why no real-time fighting against each other for competition and gathering resources? G240, I think... I have answered this question, and I think I'll just link it to you. And if it's not a satisfying enough answer, I can clarify. But let me write this here. This is 70 pages long, so it takes a bit of time to load. Alright, well, while that's loading, let's go back to this. In mouse leaving a bot while you're attacking someone, the cursor briefly changes to the move cursor. Bot selected, the move cursor sticks. Interesting. Let me just write this under bugs. And thanks, Liquidor. Okay, so G240, I think... There we go. Here it is. So this is why the game can't be real-time, as far as I'm concerned. And about your second... And, oh, let me just link this into you. That way you don't have to read it off of my screen. Although I will leave it on my screen for anyone who doesn't feel like going to this document. So it was this. And I'll link this to you too. The other thing I wanted to say, though, is that it's not true that most successful games... Well, okay. Actually, probably most successful games are symmetrical. But Clash of Clans is not symmetrical from what I understand. There is only one player present there. And I believe you have different goals as well, right? Alright, see you, Alex. I just had an idea, no need to actually change all the logic behind it. But maybe the players will feel lonely after a while knowing that they are actually single. So, I don't think Botland can work as a real-time game. I don't think that's possible. I think that if it were, it would be like greatly simplified to the point where it would just turn into another game. So, this is, and this is how Botland used to be, and there were problems around this. You would play, like, it was at one point real time, and we prototyped this and tried it out. And what would happen is you'd be placing bots, and they would just start moving automatically. It was actually pretty similar to what you see over here, where the game runs, and as it's running, you can say, okay, you know what the best strategy is right now? It's this. And you open this up and you start coding, and this is where the problem lies, is that you're getting destroyed in the background as you're doing this. So it turns into a battle of who can code the fastest. And you're like, all right, if will lasers hit, then I need to go to the right and like move right and whatever else. And it's this kind of like frantic pace is not fun for a typing game, especially not a programming game, I think. Frantic pace is good in an action game, an FPS, that sort of thing, where you're just moving your character around, jumping and trying to aim frantically. But I don't think programming frantically is ever going to be fun, especially for people who don't know how to code. They won't even be able to play the game. That's why Botland won't work as a real-time game. So you would have to change it into something where it's like, all right, well, we'll give everybody 3 minutes to code and then a game will play out or something. That's not real-time at that point. Sure, the other players are present, but there's a lot of waiting. And that's it. That's why I don't think Botland can ever be real time. We had it real time at one point. I don't think that the people who were having fun playing the game were ever even going into code. You basically would try to write all of the scripts you might have ahead of time and then just change some variables at the top of them. And at that point, why even have coding in the game? So you might say like destination x equals 5, destination y equals 6, and then down here do a whole bunch of stuff that changes it. But then why have a coding interface? That kind of frantic typing and programming is a Tuesday for most programmers. Yeah, but is that fun for most programmers? Yeah, G240, I think the other thing is that there's no, even when you click attack in the game now, so when you hit the test button, for example, here, that's it. Everything's done. There are no more inputs from the user. So even from the kind of the point of view of the person who's present during a game, it's still not real time. Like I can't be like, oh my god, I'm getting pelted here by artillery. Let's take out this bot. There's no way to do that. And I think that's important. Otherwise, you undermine the automation aspect of the game. And that's why this document is so long, by the way. I go through all of this thought process of like, what does it mean to have a goal in an automation game? Like, what are you doing here? That's why this is 70 pages long. So if you felt like reading through all of these things, then go for it. But I'm not going to make the game real time again. So anyway, going back to this, I just wanted to answer your questions here. Going back to this, I think having this as a free-for-all mode could be really interesting. This alone would make it different from the existing mode, which is 1v1. And then by having resource collection, I guess you'd need to do something like killing a bot gives plus X resources. Maybe each player has a base where resources can be stolen from, and collecting resources is worth plus Y resources. I guess I'll just say points. So yeah, something like this could be interesting. I just don't know what the setup would be. How would you actually play this game, and what decisions are you making? It had to be in turns or something, since multiple players would be present. Something for the drawing board. I'm probably going to drop this now. So I'll just write this here, FFA resource collection thoughts.txt. Let's copy file path and write this into my notes. Considering the FFA resource collection. And Skynet, I don't know if I said hi, so I'm going to say hi again. Or possibly for the first time. True, Botland is mostly the same as Clash of Clans, but instead of upgrading towers and walls and stuff, you need to improve your scripts and setup of bots. Game's going to be successful. I hope so, G240, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle. In G240, Alpha, I really appreciate the thought. Alpha should be this month, but the game will never cost anything. You can spend money in the game, but not for alpha. You can't. I'm not gonna have payments in alpha. So here, the game should not be pay to win, and you shouldn't have to spend money to play the game. So it should be, in all forms of the word, free to play. You don't feel like you're pressured to pay money. and you don't have to pay money. Which I guess is kind of just a rephrasing of the same thing. So the things you can buy are botcoin and salvage packs. Salvage packs are purely cosmetic. Botcoin is for buying anything. And so you might think, okay, wait, if there's something that's not cosmetic, how am I not buying power in the game? And I think I talk about this in here somewhere. I don't mind talking about it again, but just wait till you play the game and you'll see. Alright, good, Skynet. Then I only said hi once. Okay, so let's get back to this. So what we're going to be doing, let's unstash those changes that I had. Stash pop. Yeah, I mean, that's the goal of really all the free-to-play games, right? Is to still make some money. So yeah, it's a goal of Botland too. But I keep talking about this whole balance of business and game design and how you can have a fun game and not focus on the business aspect and then you lose money, or you could try to really push purchases and then you lose out on the fun of the game. And I'm trying to go for a balance more toward the fun aspect and not the business aspect. Can you see if you can figure out how to fix it for yourself? Okay. Random cosmetics, some of them being rare. I always love the surprise box. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And that's what salvage packs are. So salvage packs are already in the game, but right now they give you all different kinds of items. So if I go to the store, this will be a little bit more obvious. Let's just look at lasers and missiles. I have 6 of each of these. If I buy a bunch of packs... Okay, well... Oh, wait, no, this is not opening the packs. This is buying them. I took opening them out of the game. Oh, okay, let's do this. Debug main dot... Okay, there. So I opened a pack and we got lasers. And you can also get botcoin and you can get cosmetic pieces and everything. Alright, so one of the things we wanted to do here, we left off with this stuff. And I want to use React Lazy Load. So I think this is a really good starting plan. So let's go do this. Examples basic. I should try that out. Well, first let's install this. Then let's also clone this repo. Let's go find their example again. Here it is. Oh, also, let me take a look at this. It was from hardware acceleration, but this means I can't play music on YouTube while playing Botland because my Chrome crashes. That is pretty strange. But also, I can't really do anything about that. Can the bot script solve promises? Also, Adonai, if you just want the code to open packs, I can give it to you. You're not really supposed to have salvage packs in this form right now. But no, they can't. Bots can't access your client-side JavaScript. It's all run on the server side. Yeah, Skynet, maybe you have a driver problem, because that does sound pretty strange. Okay, let's test this stuff out. So we're going to go to desktop, del, clone this, then cd into it and install everything. Then run these things. Wait, what? The basic example has another thing? Alright, fine. Well, I guess that last one isn't a command. So we're just waiting for this to finish. I don't know how long this is going to take. Tried everything, only disabling hardware acceleration fixed it, but it seems I can't play Botland with it off. Yeah, you need access to WebGL to play Botland. And it's possible that I could just use Canvas, but it would involve me changing a bunch of code for right now that I don't think is worthwhile to change. Hey, Magnetic Vine. Well, I can't say that particular thing has ever happened to me, but one time I was staying at a friend's place, and he has a couple of roommates, and one of his roommates was on vacation, but he left his alarm on, and it went off at such an absurd time in the morning that I got up, I had no idea what was going on, and started pressing buttons on a printer. I thought I was changing the alarm clock. I was so out of it. Alright, this one shouldn't take nearly as long, because I imagine they installed all the more important things in the root directory. Also, hey Digite and Noob. I think, yeah, you said hi earlier, Digite. I just missed it. Patsy Boy said, how many text files do you have of just notes, etc. for Botland? Probably a ton. Really, there's a lot of miscellaneous notes about Botland. And one of the things that we're going to be working on in February is getting through these documents right here and making sure the scroll bar isn't so tiny. I don't know if you can even see this, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. And that's going to be most of February. It's just trying to get that down to a more reasonable amount. And yeah, no, I saw that, Digite. I'm saying that I was already talking for some reason. Didn't say hi. Sorry about that. All right, what's going on here? Cannot find Babel core / register. It should have been installed, especially if it was listed as a requirement. Babel core. It's a dev dependency. But I shouldn't need that. Does npm start not work? Okay. Shouldn't it be development by default? Okay, what happened here? Hey, TJ. Oh, good. Huh. So, do we have to type development? I gotta admit, I'm a little confused right now. Digite, you know that's not how it works. I just didn't say anything right now. I'm sorry. Here. Let me... Hey, Gladiator. Okay, so this says I do have Babel core, so then what's the issue here? I wonder if this is just... Anyway, let's take a look at something. In package.json, there's start. Start calls into this. I wonder if I just need to specify a different path for this, and then everything will work. Yeah, it just says cannot find module. So let's do it this way. /node modules / Babel core / register. Where is this? Babel core register. It's right there. Come on. Okay, let's just do an ls on that. Or a dir, since I use backslashes. File not found, .js, file found. Okay, so then why would this not work? Cannot find module. Wow. I probably don't even need to run this, to be honest. I probably just need to look at the code and find out what they did. And what does -r do? Require module to preload. Option can be repeated. TJ, it doesn't matter whether you use it or not. Light tokens expire at the end of every stream. Flashbangs clear the result of the last person. That's not a bug. And hey, Mantis. That was intentional. I didn't expect people to use flashbang as much as they do, because it's a strictly worse form of lights. Okay, so I wonder if we can specify where this should find node modules. Can we say it this way, maybe? That might have done it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I did it. I finally did it. Alright, the only problem is that I think this is going to try to run on port 3000. I don't know what port it's running on, but I think it's 3000. Let's just try loading this. Am I more active in Discord? I mean, more active than I was. Is this a Windows thing? Well, anyway, I eventually got it. We just need to figure out. Let's just close Botland for a second. There. What port is this running on? Alright, let's rerun this. Okay, Webpack is done. Why can't I load this? What's going on? There we go, finally. Wow, this was it. This is the whole thing we just did. Goodbye, images. Goodbye, image. Goodbye to you. Goodbye, image. Go to sleep now. Okay. Alright, well, that was a pointless example. Let's look at the code. I think the code is much more important than watching it work. Excuse me. You never noticed the kappa clause? This is relatively new. Also, is kappa clause always going to be an emote? Does it ever go away? What am I watching? I don't know what you're watching. Okay, so lazy load. And they just put this around a particular image. I want to see what this does. It can't be that difficult, right? So their package.json, what's their INEX file? There, it's lazyload.js. Wait. What? lib/lazyload? Oh, that's a built directory. Okay, well, how do they build it? It's probably out of this. Yeah, because this is ES6, so they must export to lib as transpiled code. EJ is always with you. Okay. What is lazy load handler? Where is that function? Here. Node find DOM node. If in viewport set state visible true on content visible. Huh. Not bad. This is pretty good. Okay, so let's try to use this. We need to go into their example again. All right. When does this end? There it is. Okay, yeah. So they do this. So let's go into store item and let's try this too. It's the store item whose... Actually, it's whatever has store item. It's this one. Store inventory. We want to lazy load the store item. So let's do this. Let's just try it at least. And then if we really, really zoom in the browser, then we shouldn't have any more lag because we'll only have one of these things visible. 2 minutes until Monadic Bind leaves chat. 2 minutes, everybody. If you have something to say to Monadic Bind, say it now. So there's a height and an offset vertical here. Should probably see what those do. Okay, option allows you to specify how far above and below the viewport you want to begin displaying your content. Okay, that's good. And what's height for? Set the element's height even when it has no content. That's probably going to be helpful to do. Because if it has no content, the scroll bar should still be the right size, I think. Okay. And what happened to, here it is. Okay, so return this. It's the phonetic bind. Is he getting banned? No, he just leaves at 9:41 or 9:42 every day. See, this is how chat works. Everyone should have a healthy fear of being banned. Alright, so the height of this is what right now? I'm just going to set this to whatever this element is. That's what we're going to set it to for right now. It is... Wait for it. Get past all this base 64 data. Here. It is 100 pixels tall. So we will set this to 100. And offset vertical to, yeah, sure, 300. That's fine. Okay, let's try that. Now we refresh the page. And we turn this off completely. Actually, let me capture this command. Echo this to my clipboard. So that goes where? Where is this thing? Where did I write React lazy load? Oh, there it is. Okay, so node to run there, example, do this. Done. Adam wouldn't ban his income though. Incoming ban. Just drag the mouse over here. You can't tell me what to do. Alright, cool. So botland loaded. Now, come on. Hey, cool. It works. Well, it kind of works. I think this is a div by default and it shouldn't be. Right? I didn't do that, did I? Debalance, throttle, offset, offset. The main package that people use for this kind of thing is React Virtualized. The author just joined the React team. Huh. Sponsors. Never seen that on a GitHub page. Example. Arrow key stopper. What is this? I mean, kind of interesting. The weird thing is going up and to the left will actually show me that dark gray highlight here, but going right doesn't do that anymore. Oh, it's over there now. Never mind. I see. Alright, well I could try this too. Hey Spurman. Hey Stripman. I mean, this is pretty much what I want. So at any given time in the DOM, there are only however many are visible loaded. Let me just shrink the page so I can tell. There, we should have like 4 things in the DOM now. Oh, it probably loads some of the ones around it too, but yeah, very few. Okay, that's pretty good. So, yeah, I could try this out. All right, yeah, let's take a look. So how do we use this in a very basic way? You find a browser-specific problem. Cell hover effect? Huh. Yeah, I'm actually going to need something like that too, because I have the hover effect for these buttons, but I don't know if this is something special. Online demos of each component. I mean, really what I'm using is a grid. Use dynamic row height. Seems pretty good. I feel like Adam has a deep hate for me. DJ, if I hated someone in chat, I'd probably just ban them. So anyone see anything good on AGDQ? Okay, React virtual CSS styles are split in their own separately loaded style sheet in order to simplify. Alright, I kind of want to try this. Let's install this. Also, Nate Goody, why did that flashbang not work? Yeah, oh God, this bot, just ridiculous. None was installed. Alright, so I need to install this first. Yeah, here, I'll do it for you, Nate Goody. There. Now you don't need to spend your own points. Did they mention this on here? Shallow compare? Dependencies. Excuse me. Okay, so we need to install this too. Saw someone fishing, crowd went wild. Man, I think Antimatter Tape was commenting on that too. I didn't get to see that. Also, what unmet peer dependency React? npm list React. Do I not have React? What? React is 15.1. Okay, I must be missing something here. Oh, requires 15.4.2. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I just need to upgrade React. Alright, npm install React at 15.4.2. We should probably take a look at React version history and see if anything broke. Can I view all quotes? So you can view all the quotes that I've uploaded here, but that's only, what, about 15 out of 70? So to view all of them, I can upload just a dump of them, but it's not going to be very readable. But yeah, sure, I can do that. Quotes paste. Yeah, so there you go. Enjoy your React upgrade. Well, I'm hoping they mentioned something of version history here. I went from 15.1 to 15.4. I mean, how bad could it be, right? Right, guys? All right, let's see. They wouldn't have breaking changes in a minor version. I hope. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wing it. Let's just wing it, guys. Okay, so did that install? Now we can install this thing too. Actually, before we do that, we should probably just rerun the application, huh? So let's just do this so it rebuilds. No such file. React. What? Oh, come on. Alright, let's just run this again. See what happens. It installed it. I got 15.4.2, but then everything broke. Add warning for unknown properties on DOM elements from 15.2. Cannot resolve module react/lib/react DOM. Did they change where this is located? So I was in 15.1, right? This. Okay, so this is the version I was on, so we don't need to look at this. We need to look at everything from then on. Did they change the path of this? Issue improve performance. Component. It's server. No, I don't think so. Hey, Calgo. And alright, see you, Nate Goody. Fun, fun, fun. I like your capitalization. They removed all of the internal bits of React DOM, so anyone who's pulling in direct paths, that's going to break. Okay. That's probably what's going wrong here then, huh? So where am I trying to use this? Be nice if it told me. It doesn't tell me, does it? Unless I actually have a react.js file here. This. What's going on? /index.js. I wonder if I just need to update this too. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I need to do. npm list react DOM. This is probably an old version, 15.1. Yeah, okay, let's just install that. DOM at 15.4.2. Problem solved. I don't think I've solved the problem. But let's try that out now. Yep. Red means go. Alright, well, we only multiplied the size of the error by 10. That's... I'm doing something wrong. Nope, there we go. There's the top of the error. Cannot resolve module React DOM in React and Redux. Still doesn't tell me where it's trying to do this from. Hi, Weevil. Okay, so let's try this then. Require React DOM. Can we not do this? No, we can't. Require React. Okay, that at least works. So a dot. What do we have here? How are you supposed to require React DOM now? Hey, Jacko. Oh, just trying to optimize something, and then I upgraded something, and then everything broke. So just story of my life here. It really makes you think how low Microsoft hiring standards are. Wow. You know, when you start streaming, I am never going to stop trolling you. Never. And I better be a moderator, too. I'm going to rule chat with an iron fist. You should be able to do it the same way. I wonder what I'm doing wrong then. You know, in fact, EJ, why don't you stream tomorrow? So cannot find module. I wonder if npm list react DOM. I should have it, and it should be 15.4.2. Unmet dependency. Didn't I just install this? Is this the position of the -s argument? Oh, yeah, weird. Right? Oh, huh. Okay, fine. Yeah, now it works. Oh yeah, I just installed it wrong. Import render from React DOM. Yeah. All right, thank you, Syntonic. You have to upgrade your internet first? No, that'll add to the fun, EJ. Come on, stream. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, hey, it built. Okay, now let's run the game. Oh, by the way, something I never verified is the game online. If we click attack, you started this match 1 day ago. Yeah, I never finished the match. What does he have? Lasers, regen, reflect, cloaking, shield. This is not a good bot. And what do I have? We're going with this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take that. Okay, cool. So the game is working. "96 pixels ought to be enough." Oh, shrimp man. Shrimp man. Okay, so this is working. I think so. Yeah, it's working. And surprisingly, it's not lagging anything. So I guess I was just totally wrong about whatever I was saying. Because these are all loading just fine. I don't know how that's the case. So I guess this was the solution, and I'm just not going to prototype anything today. Do you have a bunch of warnings from React now? We prefer not to press F12 in this stream. Actually, it's not too many, right? You are manually calling a React.PropTypes validation function for the path prop on route. This is deprecated and will not work in production with the next major version. We'll just never update to the next major version. Take that, Facebook. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to fix these warnings. Fix all of the bunch of warnings that we have for React now. I should probably do that now, right? Think today is Roast Adam Day? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Oh, let's fix this. Okay. Alright. Validation function will be stripped in production. Once this happens, any code that calls these will throw an error. So I don't even declare prop types. Don't call prop types directly. Where is this coming from? Let's just break on exception. Recompile React without warnings. Great idea. You guys are jerks. Jerks. Oh, wait, whoops. Is that... I was just skipping over all the ones that I wasn't supposed to be skipping over. My bad. Where is that quote from? Oh, he actually did say it. But why? Huh. Alright, is this the React problem here? E is... Also, this is an annoying change that they did with Chrome, but if you're in the source window and you hit Control slash, it sometimes goes to filter if this is closed. In fact, I think it always goes to filter. Well, anyway, it does it too much. I don't like it. E is not defined. You mean E is not defined? Got it. Okay, so where's this coming from? Setup React.js. React DOM.render. So it's, well, it could be anywhere in here. Yeah. Yeah, no evil. Going to get a waffle. Enjoy your warning. Oh, that's the context. I'm deleting that quote. By the way, there are a bunch of new quotes from 65 to 74, I think. So if you guys want some random quotes here you go. God, that cracks me up. I see you found my about section, Mike. Alright, so setup React is what's doing this. It's coming from here, but I don't know what exactly. So let's let all these just play out and then go copy paste one of them. This. Main setup React 102. React.create element. Okay. The path prop on route. So I wonder how you're supposed to do this now. And where does route come from? React router. So I wonder if I just need to update this. That's possibly all I need to do. Older versions. What version am I on? BLCL list React router. 2.4.1. And what are they up to? 3.0. Okay, so what changed? Changelog. Cancel pending enter change hooks. Okay. Well, let's just upgrade this too. Yeah, let's just upgrade this. npm install save React router at 3.0.0. They don't show up anywhere? Seriously? I wanna see. When you click this, no, stop it. Yeah, huh. I don't know how you would get to it. Wait, how did you find it then, Mike? You just have it memorized. Okay, so I think I just need to rebuild this. Yeah, let's try that. It does in the app? Okay, and hey, Fentune. Okay, cool. We got it down to one error that now stops the app from loading altogether. Cannot read property path name of undefined. Well, that's a shame. Is this even my code? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, they must have changed this. News. This. What do we have here? Nice, TJ. Nice. Location is undefined. Well, that's nice. Okay, so let's delete all of this for right now. Maybe they changed how this worked. In fact, I put a link here, so I could go take a look in a bit. Okay, so the app is loading. Do we have any warnings? Each child is, yeah, okay, this is silly. We can fix this pretty quickly. This should just have a key item data.id. There, done. That should be it. Yeah, EJ, for a long time, this TC chat that I was using didn't even work. It just wouldn't load chat. This for like a week or something. All right, so all the warnings and errors are gone now. However, I also got rid of some functionality that's pretty important, which is this. So let's find out if this still even works. You can listen for changes to the current location using history.listen. Location action. But this didn't do anything. Maybe it's sent with a null location at first. In fact, that's probably what's happening, which is a good thing. So that won't be too bad. Let's take a look. Location is undefined, action is undefined, and we hit the play button. And location is an object with path name, store. Easy peasy. Okay. So this seems to have been a change that they made. If not util.exists location, then just return. Wait, what am I supposed to return from this? Because here I return, excuse me, I think this is just a promise. Yeah, I don't really care. Okay, there. So as of version 3.0.0, location doesn't always exist. Not sure why. So let's take a look. Did they write anything about location? Cancel pending enter change hooks. Add params location. Deprecate accessing location directly. Partial next state. But on transition, it was still in the documentation. So I don't see anything obvious about this. So we can just try loading this again. Alright, and we can still switch between things? Yeah, everything seems to work. Okay, cool. Well, let's fix this stuff now. So what I should do is check in what I just did. I'm going to need to undo a bunch of code, though. Alright, well, now's the time to do it. Oh, man. I blame Adam for immediately triggering me. Yeah, that is true. I do take the blame for that. Alright, we're gonna get rid of this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that. And that. And probably all of the stuff that I did in this entire class. I don't think this is a good idea. So let's get rid of all of that. Diff current, nothing of value was added here. Yep, and yep. Cool. So let's revert this whole thing. Oops. Revert. Cool. Okay. How are we doing on linting? Hey, Riza. Wait, what? Unknown evil? Oh, you're responding to... Oh, to Spurman. Okay, got it. Hey, Sick. And hey, Starlights, guys. How you both doing? Okay, so this is the frustrating part. We can't add in lazy load and we can't add in virtualized. So I need to get rid of both of these things for the time. So how about we just uninstall them both? No, that's a bad idea. Let's just get rid of them from here. So let's keep track of what I had here. So many non-badges in a row. All right, virtualize and lazy load are going to be gone. This is actually technically only needed by virtualized, which we just got rid of. So let's put this back in. Good. So we've upgraded those, and now we just need to get rid of any extra code we might have. So those, actually everything in here, right? No, not everything. All right. Client name, copy, that dialog. I'm everywhere. All right, so we'll just get rid of all of the code I was using to test this with. And what we're left with is the upgrade code, where I never used action to begin with, so we can get rid of that too. So it's really just this. And the only other change was, oh, nothing, just upgrading. So then this stuff doesn't need to be checked in at all. Okay, cool. So upgrade, React, React Router, and React DOM. Right, PLCL, get diff. React, React DOM, React Router. And we're not checking that in. Cool. Cool. What's frustrating is that I need to just keep doing these changes. So then these three need to be added back in alphabetical order. Not there. In here, okay. Okay, so let's just paste them in. And we could sort these well, I could let Sublime do this, but it turns out this is really easy. So let's just do it that way. Why is it Git client subscription based? What Git client? Git Kraken? And so many tabs, we can fix that. There. What's this for? I probably won't need that anymore. There. And this I'm still going to keep. Oh, no, I don't need that either. Okay, so now what we want to do is use React virtualized instead of React lazy load. Although this is at least working. Yeah, I'm much happier with this. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. God, I just don't understand, though, how this worked. Huh. Hey, Luculus. And hey, Zippers. Oh, did I ever update the today command? I don't think I did. I'm still working on fixing bugs. You may update this command later. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this. And I'll just say the game is online today. Yeah, okay. I don't need any of that stuff anymore. Alright, so the only thing I wanted to do now is test whether, so this is done. I fixed this by upgrading React Router. So then I want to try this still, which I don't think we ever got to fully install. npm is this. Because now I should have the dependencies and they should be installed and up to date. It worked. Alright. Now let's try the nuclear reactor to do the same thing. Well, I do appreciate that, Hideo. I'm glad that worked, and like I said, I don't understand why, and I'm going to spend some time here, figure out why React lazy load even helped this problem that I thought was CPU bound. It's not doing any wizardry here. It was only 150 lines of code anyway. 1v1 me, Botland IRL. Are you even a valid Botland player? Let me take a look at that. Hang on, I gotta do this part off screen. There. That shouldn't have mattered. Okay, so SQL queries. We'll paste these in. And then we'll get this. Eligible matchmake players. So select ID, comma, name from users, which I don't know why I didn't put this in here to begin with. So unknown evil, do you show up here? No. But good thing Adam has a big head has a valid defense. This is the Czars, by the way. Yeah, so if anyone wants to try out Botland in its pretty bad state, you can just go to play.bot.land. It's not very self-explanatory, so have fun. I'm really tired of the click bug when placing bots. I downloaded your entire bundle and doing some testing. Sublime isn't happy with the size of the file. Yeah, it is gigantic. And props to you, Liquidor. If you actually figure this out, that'd be great. I think that's one of the new quotes that I added. I think it was this one, right? Quite? I meant quote. Yeah, there. Okay. So I wanted to try this now. Test out React Virtualized. If it doesn't work, then just make sure I'm not using divs on lazy load. So that's here. What was that query? Is that the one giving valid defenses? Yeah, it's this. So you have to have logged in the last 30 days, and you need to have a defense that's not null. And that's it. That's what makes you a valid matchmake player. And then the matchmaker can track up to, I think, 1 million players, but there's only, wait, 19. There should be 20 here, right? This said 20. I think I know why this is happening, but let's take a quick look. There's a new, oh, I can't do this. Wait, yes I can. I can do it from the SSH session that I have open. This. Okay, so we just do a curl on mm.bot.land 8080 players. Got it. Nice. So we take this over here and we get a bunch of IDs. So let's copy paste all of these IDs into here, get rid of all of this, then sort these. And now who doesn't show up here? So antimatter tape. Oh, this sorted lexicographically. I don't want that. Darn it. I don't want to have to do this. 1, 2, 6. So those are all covered. Is Avexator here? Yes. Early's, yes. We're going to figure out the player who hasn't played, apparently. 102. 111. There it is. Liquidor. No, Skynet. It's Skynet. Skynet has apparently never attacked. Are you still in chat, Skynet? Are you still in chat? And if you need any UI help, let me know. Well, thank you, Starless, guys. I have a UI mock-up. I hired a designer, and he's made this. I just haven't incorporated it yet. So I know the UI looks like a huge mess right now. But eventually it'll look better. It'll look more like this. It'll be more usable. But yeah, I will write that down. Thank you, Starlights, guys. Rip me. Okay, Skynet, have you attacked anyone in Botland yet? If not, please click attack and let me know when you're done. And I'm just trying to figure out if the link is actually helpful enough or not. Yeah, but that was from what Skynet was doing, right? And Skynet did eventually get it working. So I think that was good. Yeah, Ryza, I saw that happening too. You attacked, but a long time ago. Can you try? Can you try it again now? I don't know what happened then. Select. Oh, you just wouldn't be loaded in the matchmaker. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then, as soon as I. How would I check this? I guess this way. Oh, that's good, Starlights, guys. What have you been up to with them? Is it UI stuff too? Let me enable hardware acceleration again. Okay, cool. Just found out it's not playable on mobile. It is kind of playable on mobile. Like, events and everything work. It requires keys to be pressed? It shouldn't. And is this a better link to than what I did? Visit support site. Yeah, so Digitate, this is what Ryza was talking about. When you click this link in Chrome, it brings you to this, which seems completely unhelpful. And yet this is the link that they have here. It was supposed to link to a specific answer, but I guess they changed how this works. So if you type in WebGL, you'll find a forum post. This one. Excuse me, on the product forums. And that's it. But Chrome should have an official thing that shows you this. Ask her for PvP food assets. EJ, if you became a creative streamer, then you could just ask. When I try to attack, I get this. Am I doing something wrong? You were already in a match with Make TJ Mod. You started this match 2 months ago. This match will not count toward your rating. No, that's correct. Do you mind forfeiting the match with the bottom, then attack? Making a witch game and chat games. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. I hate the phrase underscore first. Wait, Mike, as in what? No, but EJ, you will eventually need it, right? So this number 19 should turn into a 20 as soon as Skynet clicks attack on a new game. Oh, mobile first. Oh, I see. That's my context. Got it. I should have just... Oh, there we go. Check it out. It went to 21. So now it's scanning everybody, although there's now a new person in here, unknown. Oh, that might have been Unknown Evil who did this, though, and not Skynet. Either way, this did work. So here's what I was testing. The matchmaker was tracking 19 players, but Skynet has a valid defense and just wasn't being tracked in the matchmaker. And the reason why is because Skynet hadn't attacked anybody. And also probably only just logged in today. So I should probably note this down somewhere. Note, as of now, if you log in, you'll be considered valid by the matchmaker if it were to track you. But just by logging in, just logging in doesn't mean you'll be tracked. So I ran into this scenario. The matchmaker was tracking 19 people. I searched for everyone who was valid for matchmaking, and it returned 20 people. Turns out that Skynet, your name is 3 N's, Skynet wasn't being tracked because he'd logged in after the first match had been made and loaded in those 20 people. Loaded in those 19 people. Then when he clicked attack, he had a match from months ago. So the matchmaker was never contacted. It wasn't until... Bots are not moving. Skynet. Do you have any more information about that? Like, you place bots that have scripts? Do they have hardware? Can you finish the match? Can you finish the match and let me know when it's done? Then I can watch the replay. Okay, so it wasn't until Skynet finished that match and started a new one that he was tracked. So this is intentional. What I wanted to have happen here is the matchmaker can only track, I think, 1 million players, which should be more than enough for probably really the entire life of Botland, to be honest. I don't think it's going to get that popular. But the point was, when you get to 1 million, it's got to bump people out of the matchmaker. And the way it does that is by least recently accessed. So what happens when there are, let's say, 2 million players in botland and the matchmaker's only tracking half of them at any given time? Well, when you try to find a new match, you're bumped to the top of the queue, so you'll be ejected from it after another million people bump themselves up. So Skynet wasn't being tracked, but nothing was stopping him from being chosen as a match, I think. You didn't add bots? Okay. Okay, Skynet. Is Botland going to have cool sound effects? Yeah, I need to find a sound designer. I was debating on... I can't do sounds myself, but I was debating on getting some, like, basic audio tracks in myself. Although even then, I don't think it's worth composing something from scratch. I should probably just use some Creative Commons licensed stuff out there. Anyway, back to what I was doing here, React Virtualize. So we need to use this on the store inventory so that everything lazy loads. Because right now, for anyone who's new to the stream, what we're trying to avoid is when you click cosmetics that it just like lags the whole page and then loads all of these. It's got to convert all of these images into your colors and then put them in the DOM. Oh, thanks, Mike. Yeah, if you could just do that every single time something happens in Botland. Alright. Looks like I found a sound designer indeed. Okay, so they have... I should just look at their documentation. Creating an infinite loading list. It's not exactly that. Also, what is auto sizer? Width and height, so the decorated element fills the available space. So I need a grid and probably an auto sizer. So this. So grid and auto sizer, what is this? Component decorates a list, table, or any other component and automatically manages its width and height. So what the? Oh, I see. That probably doesn't matter as much to me. It's really just this grid that matters, I think. Let's take a look. So they get grid from React Virtualize / grid probably. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at how to incorporate this. Let's try just importing it for right now. So we'll go into store inventory and we'll get rid of lazy load for right now, which is what this code was for. This is store item. I don't think I need this. We can just rewrite it if I do. Oh, should I save this? Fine, I'll save it. Store item with base64 garbage. Yeah, Ryza, that does sound like the case. Hey, Lukey. I haven't seen you here in a while. Huh. Welcome back. Okay, so let's get rid of lazy load from here, which we could use. I could just save that. Store inventory with lazy load. Okay, but the one without lazy load, let's get rid of this and these. So this is just going to return a store item for right now. And let's try to import grid from React Virtualize / grid. It's capitalized apparently. And either way, it can't find this. I'm not sure what the full... Yeah, let's just take a look. Hey, OJ. I'll never find out how you're named in Botland. Wouldn't this be really easy? Select ID name from users, order by ID. Totally not Ryza. Okay. Done. Been a while, just took a little break. I'm doing well. I'd gone on vacation for 3 weeks in December, so I wasn't streaming for that entire time. Let's do this. Node require React virtualized. So that works, and from there we get grid. But I guess you do it by doing this dot grid. Huh. I wonder how you use import syntax to do that. Maybe just like this. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. A equals grid debugger. Yeah, I did have a good time. I wouldn't say it's relaxed. In fact, I'd say it's actually pretty far from relaxed. It was a mile a minute in India. Just something was constantly happening. This is not how I do this. Oh yeah, import grid. Thank you, Lepko. Oh, where would I be without Lepko? I'd still be struggling, working my way through the depths of JavaScript. All right, there we go. So this is finally working. Okay, there we have our grid. Or at least we've imported it. We have a lot more to do after that. So I think I need to use a grid for this. I'm not sure if I should look into auto sizer as well. I'd like to look at the documentation just for grid. A windowed grid of elements. Grid only renders cells necessary to fill itself based on the horizontal and vertical scroll position. Thing is, I could just have this be a list of stuff. Also, what? An example can be seen here. No. No, it can't. That link doesn't work. That's right, EJ. And no, Lukey, I'm not necessarily that way. I like to just sit around and do nothing on vacation. But in India, we had a lot of people to meet. I had a lot of sicknesses to catch. I felt pretty bad most of the trip. All right, so a few of these are required. Responsible for rendering a cell given a row and column index. Yeah, I don't think I need a grid for this. Actually, grid may be too rigid for this, since I don't necessarily need particular rows / columns. So what else do we have? Collection? It might just be collection. Renders scattered or nonlinear data. Arbitrarily positioned or even overlapping data. Okay, that's not bad. Note that this component's measuring and layout phase is more expensive than grid since it cannot assume a correlation between a cell's index and position. It will take significantly longer to initialize than the more linear / checkerboard components. What are the more linear and checkerboard ones? List? What's the difference between list and collection? This just needs a height. A row count. And collection needs cell count. So I feel like a list is just one dimensional and a collection can be two dimensional here. Artillery overpowered. So artillery is slightly countered by just moving. So if you see that someone has artillery, you should be able to beat them with melee. Or even really missiles or something. Just get within the range of their artillery. But then they could have a second weapon too, which you could be reflecting. I don't know if it's overpowered in itself yet. Okay, so let's try this out. We'll get collection. So I need to return from here a collection of all these store items. So create store item, I guess that's fine. But here, instead of an article, I guess this is where we'd use something like collection. Melee versus artillery, how? So you have a bunch of things that you might not have purchased yet in the store, which, by the way, if you ever click this credit card icon from the main page, it sets your money to 10,000. So I suggest you do that. Then if you go over to the store, I think the things that would help you here are teleport, thrusters so you can move faster, and cloaking. So these things combined will let you, well, you don't need to use all of them, but you can just immediately move into someone's melee range. Does anyone know about virtual boxes? VMs? Yeah. What's your question, Lukey? Wow, hacks. Alright, so we need height. And I'm not sure what I'm going to put for these things. Let's just say 500 for right now. I just want to see if I can even get this to render. Row count. Wait, this is a list that I'm looking at. It's this one that I want. So I need cell count. Number of cells in collection. Let's just say 10. Or let's say the number... yeah, let's just say 10. A cell renderer. Responsible for rendering a cell given a row and column index. Wait, what? See, this is what I wanted to avoid here. Also, this doesn't have a row and column index. It just has an index. Guess I should look at their example. Trying to set up a Linux Ubuntu VM. When I start it, it says that my CPU is incorrect or that it's not able to render. That's strange, Lukey. Are you sure that your architecture matches what you have? Like, you probably have a 64-bit machine. Although you should be able to virtualize a 64-bit machine even from a 32-bit machine, right? I wonder if they've done that. Yeah, Lukey, for that particular thing, I don't know exactly how to help. And row. Yeah, I get that's just a minor mistake though. All right, let's look at their example for this. So collection. Wow, it looks so pretty. Neat. Okay, let's look at their source now. So where they actually return their collection is from here. And cell renderer is this. Let's take a look at how that works. Oh, this isn't too bad. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Hey, Blueberry King. Me need that. Okay, so I could do that. I think what threw me off about the grid at first... Yeah, I'm still not sure if I want to use this. Let's just stick with the collection for right now. Okay, so our cell renderer needs to look something like this. We'll get this. This dot... Their cell renderer is just a function. Yeah, cell renderer. Also, what's preventing them from having to do dot bind this? Do they have something automatic doing that? Well, let's try it out without that. So we want everything in here. Cool. Okay, and then join all these things. That way Sublime can still find it as a function. So list equals this dot contact. show scrolling placeholder equals this dot state. Yeah, I don't have that. Nor do I really need that, I think. Also, I might as well undo that formatting that I did. There. Okay. So styles.cell. I don't really have styles for these things yet. So I think we should just avoid this for right now. Style.background color. And then the particular key, which is passed in. Interesting. It probably figures that out based on the index. So we don't need this. We don't need that. So for right now, let's just render index. Cell number index. We'll put this in brackets too, I guess. There. Okay, don't need this, don't need this. So that's it, that's our cell renderer. What else do we need on this thing? So cell count, cell renderer, and what do they use for their cell count? They know what their cell count is ahead of time. Okay. Hey, Trifle Tower. If a div has more than 2 inline properties, you append each property? What do you mean? You mean just my formatting here? The reason I do this is because that way I can duplicate a line without copying any of the stuff that can't be duplicated. And hey, Wheatley, there's a new quote with you in it. I don't remember what it was exactly. I think it was this one. Yeah, there it is. That's from a long time ago. I finally uploaded it. Alright, what are the other required properties here? So cell size and position getter. Callback responsible for returning size and offset position information for a given cell. Alright. Yeah, I think getting this correct is going to be a little bit tough. Hey, Swine. Morning to you, too. Oh, they bind it here. Okay, I knew that would be necessary. And they do it correct by binding it beforehand. I'm binding it at render time, which is not a good idea. How is that a joke? He used to ask Spurtman for Python questions. Do you need more context? I thought it was funny on its own. Alright. Maybe I just have an absurd sense of humor. Well, then Adam failed. No, I always try to give context to those quotes. Unlike quote 76. Or quote 75. There. No context. Okay, so what does this look like for them? They return height, width, x, and y. Man, I'd really like to avoid this. I mean, the width of all these things is going to be the same probably, but specifying their x and y, I'd like to not have to do that. The click handlers are driving me crazy. I reach breakpoints for event callbacks when bots are not placed in reverse. Yeah, Liquidor. I'm going to have to look into that probably today if I ever get through this thing. Yeah, Wheatley, that's what I assumed it was. I'm glad we're both equally good at debugging Wheatley thought processes. So is this chair lower? Yes. Yeah, I'm guessing they have something here that might help me with this. Multi-grid. Wow. What's the source for this? Renders content for a given column or row in order to determine the widest or tallest cell. Man. This is all crazy. So do they use a collection or a grid here? Wait, they don't use either? Is AutoSizer already a collection or grid? Here it is. Row renderer. That means it's a list. Oh, that means that it used a list right here. Okay, never mind. Oh, hey, there you go. It was a CPU issue. Huh. Well, at least I was on the right track. I don't know if I exactly said that. I said the bitage might be different, 32 or 64. But an i686. Yeah. Okay, maybe just using a list at first is a good idea. I'm just worried that this is going to... Oh, no, I'll just do this. I want to see what this looks like, and it will be complex, but whatever. All right, so this is for collection. So let's continue with this example. So there's this. Okay, there. Okay, so they figured this out based on the index. We need to do something, I think, a little bit different here. So the height we'll just always say is the same, 100. The width we'll say is 200. And then X and Y we'll try to position column position. They know how many columns they have before they even render this stuff. See, this is why I think this is going to be tough for me to do, because I'll know how many items I have, but I don't necessarily know their sizes. Oh, processor type. Okay. When I scroll down on the store page, the icons on the left get a yellow background. However, when I scroll all the way to the bottom, foot does not become yellow. It's not a bug, and probably just because the torso section never totally leaves the screen. So maybe you could make it so the foot icon is selected as soon as you get to the bottom of the page. Give me a nice improvement. Eventually get to doing the UI. Yeah, thanks, Blueberry King. This is actually a component that I'm reusing, what you're talking about. And you're correct. The reason why that happens is because... Wait a second. Oh my god. Alright, fine. Okay. So the reason why that happens is because you still have the top one visible. So here, attack and defense, for example. If you shrink the size of the browser so that attack completely leaves the view, so like this, you will see this get highlighted yellow. And clicking these will scroll between them. But it's when the browser is large enough to show you enough of the items that that won't be true anymore. So now clicking defense will scroll to it, but it won't ever turn it yellow. So yeah, that's one of those small polish things I should do. Let's write this down here. Or do I have a polish section? Yeah. For the scroll spies, when scrolled all the way to the bottom, we should probably highlight the there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run into a problem here. And Blueberry King, thanks for the feedback. Man, I'd still love to not have to do this. Let me take a look at the rest of these things then too, because so what I'm trying to do here was just get the same layout that I had, which I should have just left this page open, the same layout that I had here, but have it be lazy loaded. And actually, now that I realize this is going to have to be, oh, this is actually kind of tough, right? Because how is scrolling going to work with this stuff now? Yeah, this might be really obnoxious actually. Tile start at 0, 0. Yeah, at the upper left is 0, 0. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty tough, I think. Goals. So keep the scroll spies working. Make sure the page is usable while image data is loading in, and make sure image data only loads for visible or nearly visible images. Cells. Iskadog. Just add a loading wheel. Oh, that's actually really good. Did you make this? Why does hovering over it make it stop? No, you didn't make this. You won't get it out of the box. Syntonic Live is a grid list system thingy. You have to deal with everything regarding positioning, ordering. If you just want CSS support for you, actually existing layout, you can't use that kind of library. Yeah, well, if I go back to the lazy load way of doing this, which means getting rid of this stuff. Welcome, Skadog. Thanks for subbing. We got a new view bot. And you have a Twitch Turbo icon. Neato. So we could go back to the lazy load way of doing this. Oh, it's store inventory. Oh my god. You know, I thought about it yesterday. I left about, what, half an hour early? And I thought, really, I think Botland's quality is going to be proportional to how much time I put into it. But that's not directly true, right? Because of if you burn out, you can put in 16 hours and it'll be like you only put in 10 hours, let's say, of unburned out time. So I did feel kind of burned out at the end of 7.5 hours yesterday. And yeah, no evil. Gotta be a sub to welcome other subs. It's a vicious cycle. Okay, so we have lazy load there. I mean, because one of the things I could have tried to do here is just make this not be a div. Let's take a look at the lazy load node module. That's called React lazy load. Lib lazy load. So where is their render function? Here. And it creates a div, yeah. But style is EL styles. Oh, which is defined right there. Classes is this. Where? Nothing's passed in here? It seems unusual. If you want to try virtualize, I would try the example of grid at the bottom of the page here. It's basically what you want and was trying to do. Well, thank you, Hideo. Yeah, I might give that another shot too. My goals here are really just these. So however it is that I can get this to work would be great. And I know this has to be possible, but still, I don't think it's going to be easy necessarily. Hey, Tupper Box. And yeah, Skadog, I don't know why that happens. Sometimes it never gets updated too. I think I'll need to update Phantom Bot again. In fact, I should probably look into that. Update Phantom Bot again. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. To fix the subscriber thing. Make sure I Alright, so back to the React lazy load thing for a second here. I wonder if I can specify the style on that div so that it gets inline instead of inline block, or just block actually. Visible, bounce, throttle, nope, nope, nope. Nope. They're always divs. Avoid wrapper? Nobody apparently said anything about divs here. I'm kind of surprised actually. Because it doesn't seem like there's a way to parameterize this. Adam, what are your sub emotes now? They're the same as they always have been. Hopefully still mostly juice. It's not Tasty Tuesday any longer. Alright, I want to take a look at this. I don't think they have any other props that they didn't know on the documentation. And I didn't see any in the transpiled code anyway. Class name, that's the only thing. Oh, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? Oh, there we go. Well, actually, it's this part right here. Yeah, so we can specify a class name in there. Okay, let's try that. So the class name that we want would have to be styles dot something. So let's do that here. Class name equals styles dot test lazy load. We'll just put this in MISC here. Display inline. Is this duplicate code? The if could be an else if instead. Not sure this is relevant or just refactor. Get entity on tile with component is bot. Check to see if there's still a bot there. No, this is intentional. This code checks to see if there's a bot on the tile, then we might remove it, and then we check to see if there's still a bot on the tile after we might have removed it. Yeah. So that's one of those cases where having comments I think can be helpful, but they wouldn't have made it into the bundled code. Can you change the sub icon to Adamart? No, I like having the bot icon there. I haven't ever set up the loyalty badges yet though, because I'm not an artist and I don't really know what to do there. Okay, so display inline. Then at the very least, what should have happened is everything broke. Okay, great. So I'm an inline block. Which still doesn't do anything. Okay, let's look at the DOM and see what's happening. What? Hey, Syntonic. You're a viewbot too now. 2-year badge should be Adamart. How's your waffle, Syntonic? Sup? Okay, so this has display inline block, but then it has no width. God, I hate this stuff. There. This is not worth my fake $5. Well, what about the other emotes? Belgian style, okay. Hey, Dave. And Hitch Slap. Code's going okay today. I think what's most important... Oh, hey, check it out. Okay, now that broke everything. But if I zoom in and then refresh the page, it hopefully wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, then scrolling down is fine. And these things work too. Let's try that one more time. Will be sub when you have $179. Are you talking about... That looks like a great breakfast in tonic. What was I just asking? Oh yeah, Unknown Evil. Are you talking about bits from ad revenue? From watching ads? Okay, so the issue here is that this is still taking a long time to load the initial page. So if I zoom out completely so that it has to load everything, it's still going to totally lag on this page. And it looked like my very first version where I tried this did not have that problem. Yeah. Man. So when I didn't have this class here at all, I know it was just a div. Actually, that's probably why it was working. Because it could only render, what, 12 of them maybe? Let's take a look. Yeah, that is why it was working. So how do we get that to not render it that way? Well, Motor Fama, welcome back. Thanks for the subs, everyone. Yeah, I'm running into an issue here. Note that one of the ways that this helped was by having a div by default, so it could only render a few rows, which only triggered the loading of so many images. I'll be right back really fast. I need to go check something. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry. Just need to do something. Hey, dig it. Does anyone know if Babylon JS is a good 3D WebGL engine? I haven't used it, so I can't comment on it. However, subsequent loads went totally fine. Why did you need that screen there? Oh, I didn't know if I'd be gone for longer than 20 seconds. And I don't like it when I get to a stream and the streamer's not present. I like to have that screen up. Okay, so if we were to zoom in on this, then we're loading what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 or 9 maybe. And then as we scroll down, everything's fine. You can't click the ones that aren't there yet though, obviously. So what if I put this back and I made it so that there was a bunch of blank space before all of this. So div style equals height 500, and we'll just say background color of red, or RGBA 255 255 0 0.2. That is not the color I expected that to be. There, that's better. You just put some pants on. Oh, that wasn't good. I put this in the wrong spot. This should have been for the head items that we have here. Yeah, and the height should actually be something like 800, I think. All right. This is still going to be difficult. And this is the prototyping that we got to do today. Just to figure out which one of these is going to work better. Okay, so nothing should have loaded, basically. And now when we scroll down... Oh, I loaded these too. What if we say like 1800? We want to get to the point where really nothing loads. And I don't want to have to use these hacks to get that to happen. But there. So now you can switch tabs immediately. It doesn't load until you scroll down. And then it's fine. It's not blocking the UI. So that's working very well. Yeah, Lukey. That sure is something. Okay, so if I put an 1800 pixel tall block before the cosmetic items, then everything works fine. I wonder if we could do something like this. What if we said div ID equals remove me div? And then after rendering this is a bad idea. Set timeout. No, I'm not gonna do this. This is a bad idea. Yeah, it's Syntonic. That's how I feel right now. And I haven't pawned, no. So, Syntonic, I think that if this is left in, this lag, the way that it's happening, this is one of those places where, like, I'm optimizing before it's out, but it's a place where it needs optimization. And this could be done very simply. So, what I have right now is a way to at least accomplish it in a very ugly way. I'd like to not have it be so ugly. But once I have more cosmetic items, this is only going to get worse. So this, how slowly it loads here, that's fine. Knowing that you at least have some content here and then it starts to flow in, I'm okay with that. Maybe you could have the screen inaccessible before everything is loaded, so like everything loads in after everything's loaded. I think it can, so how it's kind of working right now is this part about it loading in like that. I think that's fine. I just wanted to be able to do that without lagging it at first by needing that huge block there. So if I do this, whoops, if I do that, then this block will go away. It'll try loading immediately, and then it's going to just lag for a while. So I'll show you, like I click, nothing happens, and then finally it loads. So anyway, I want to look at the source code and find out why this is happening. Let's take a look at, this is their entire source, right? So yeah, what's going on here that could be helping with this? And where did I just paste any of that? So lazy load handler, we should take a look at what that does. Get offset, find DOM node, if in viewport. And so I have a lazy load for each particular thing, and then there's an on content visible, which by default does nothing. Yeah, because there isn't one specified. But then the render function, it'll only render this if it's visible, right? Visible, this dot state. Okay, so in general, React lazy load works like this. There is a function here which is used when exactly? When the component mounts. Lazy load handler is called when the component mounts, or excuse me, when the window is resized, or there's a scroll on event node, which starts out as what exactly? Get event node, probably just the parent, right? Yeah. Or when the parent is scrolled. This is parent scroll though. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Have you tried just running a JS profile to see where the slowness actually is? Yeah, I did that yesterday, and I got... Did I write this down anywhere? It was... Well, I can show you again in a bit. You could lazy load the big pink div, but transparent, and use on content visible of lazy load to use, and use that to remove it. That's true. I probably could do that. Excuse me. Hang on a second. Ugh. Okay. The coughing is never going to stop. Okay, so lazy load handler is called when it mounts, or when basically something changes which could put the component into view. And then what it does, lazy load handler, is it checks if the node is visible. If so, okay, so lazy load handler checks if the component is in view. If it is, it sets the visible property to true, and also calls on content visible if it's defined. Hey Waddle, it has been a while. It's going well. The game's possibly changed a lot since you last saw. A lot of what people have been commenting on, and it is online right now if you want to try it out, a lot of what people have been commenting on if they haven't visited in a while is there is now actually a tile set, which is pretty nice. So this is the computery looking stuff. There are some more real graphics. There's better UI, although it's definitely not worked on yet. It's not perfect yet. So yeah. And there's replay controls. You can speed things up, slow them down. I can go back and look at what happened there. Apparently, no, I can't. The replay button's broken. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, so I never tested this. There's an interesting bug. If you light a defending bot on fire in phase 1 without winning, and it's still on fire at the end of the phase, and you try to watch the replay as an attacker, you get an assertion error. This is because the display fire component has no serialization. I think this is an incredibly easy fix. Yeah, I just need to serialize this. That's silly. Note that the fix is probably dead simple. Just serialize the component. But it means that every single component will need a serialize function. When I previously thought that client-only components wouldn't. This is because of how I saved the arena state for the attack. I made you find a bug. Yeah, thanks, Waddle. Hey, Mersham. And the Czars. The Czars, you now have a quote. I added a bunch of them. Okay, so getting back to this, lazy load handler checks if the component's in view. If it is, it sets a visible state to true. If visible is true, then render will actually work. This is the transpiled code. We don't care about that. Okay. Hey, Connor. So this visible. Okay. The lazy loaded component will only render if its visible state is set to true. All right. So that explains how this stuff works. And at that point, this also detaches the event listeners. Yeah. Which should also happen on component will unmount, right? Detach listeners, yeah. And lazy load handler dot cancel. What is the cancel for? Did they bind this? Oh, if that exists as a function, I see. Can you specify your own or something? Oh, debounce and throttle. Got it. Yep. So that we don't set that it's visible twice. But when it goes out of view, oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Then why is it reloading later? Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. As we scroll up and down here, oh, it's not going out of view. Oh, I think I understand. I think what was confusing me here is that when I load, wait, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so when I load this for the first time, if I scroll down without a component actually rendering, so here, for example, I scroll down, scroll back up, scroll down, scroll back up, and you would expect I've given it enough time where scrolling down should show me those images, but it doesn't. They still have to load in. I'm not sure what that's a result of exactly, because that should be in view. I'm not sure. So these parts, what I'm thinking is when it mounts, if it's in view, just don't do anything at first. But I would need to go modify the code directly for that to happen. So we would need to look at the transpiled code, and we could just get rid of that. In component did mount, if we just get rid of these two things, then it will load immediately. Let's try it out. Hey, that works. Wow. Okay, well, that's the simplest possible solution. Because this is more or less what I wanted. Which is you click cosmetics and it starts to load everything, but it doesn't block any execution. By default, there's a throttle that you can change. I don't think your fast scroll matters. Props throttle is greater than 0. Yeah, that's true. You're right. I could just change that. And also, what's the default for this? And yeah, that's correct, Hideo. That's what was stopping you from doing that. I should have realized. Let me take a look at here. The default true. Throttling is actually a debounce so that the checking function is only triggered after a user stops scrolling. Set debounce to false. But what's the default for throttle? 250, yeah, okay, got it. So set debounce to false. Let's try that out. Were you running Node.js on Windows or Linux? I'm doing both, actually. They both work pretty much fine. The only thing I'd suggest is don't ever download NVM for Windows. Don't download this for Windows. This is Node Version Manager. And I think it's more of a pain on Windows than it is to just not have a version manager. On Linux, on Mac, it's totally fine. I have used it there and it worked like you'd expect. But on Windows, I don't think it's that great. Okay, so in store inventory is where we do this. Lazy load. We can just put this here. Debounce equals false. Let's see what that'll do. So that'll throttle this. No, we still get that initial lag. But yeah, they do start to load as they scroll in. So in order to get rid of that, then I would just have to change this. Even the MVM specific version for Windows. Good to know. Not like I'm using Windows, but who knows. I did this so long ago that I don't know if things have gotten better. But still, without having a version manager, I still think node development is at the point where you're not switching versions constantly anyway, hopefully. So shouldn't be needed that much. Darn it, that still happens though. Did I do something wrong here? Yeah, so it's lagging now. Let's set this back to true. I think this has to do with the trailing versus leading on debounce and throttle the function. I gotta figure out exactly what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, because now this loads and then as it, okay. So if I set this to false, throttle comes from lodash.throttle, yeah. Props.throttle. Oh, we can specify that. Number or string. Yeah, we need another property here. Lodash has an option leading and trailing. What is the default for these things? Oh, they're source. You can just find it. What's with the colors? Those are supposed to be like the light emotes. So that if you ever do something like flashbang orange or flashbang green, you have an emote to go along with it. But it's a very silly thing. And that's true, Hideo. There are scenarios for it, definitely. And if you run into something like that, it's worth giving it a shot, even on Windows, I guess, if you're using Windows. Okay, so what is this? Leading equals true and trailing equals true. So let's just turn leading to false. That didn't really work. Man, I still don't understand this though. Is it because this is getting called? Oh man, I don't know. What are those emotes? Ooh, I haven't seen those. Frosty Thump. Huh. So what if I set trailing to false as well? I mean, at this point, isn't it just not going to do anything? Yeah, it won't do anything. Oh, it did load in. Still, I can't use this. I'm still not sure why. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't totally figured this out yet. Debounce has to be true for me to be able to load this. All that's going to do is turn multiple events into one at the trailing end. Why does that let me use this? I guess because as I scroll, nothing's going to happen. Then when things finally start to load in, it's not really what I want anyway. So many throttle puns. All right, let's write down what I'm seeing here too. So thanks to the built-in debounce. Wait, is it built-in or is it throttle by default? Yeah, thanks to the built-in debounce, nothing will happen when scrolling because it will only register. It will only call the function a single time at the end of all of the scrolling. When throttling, it will lag the page. Just don't understand why that's happening, and I should have an explanation for it. So let's set this to false again and try to figure this out. That's going to call into here. Throttle is going to be 250. So throttle is 250 by default, which that's just written down here, right? Yeah, you can just see that. And debounce is false by no, it's true by default. So when we set debounce to false, we're going to run through this, which is Lodash's throttle function. We're going to give it 250, which means that this thing can only execute once every 250 milliseconds. Unless I'm reading that wrong. Yeah, at most once every 250 milliseconds. Comes like cancel to, and then a flush to immediately invoke them. And leading and trailing are both true. So as soon as you start this thing, it'll execute it, and then it would try executing it again after. Huh. Oh wow, Alex. I don't know if I would use Ruby and React. I don't know how easy that is. I'll just do everything in JavaScript. Yeah, so my question here is the same. Why, when throttling this, does it just totally lag everything? I don't understand it. Show a blank image instead of no image while the page is loading. Well, so that's a polish thing. At this point, I'm still trying to figure out just why are things happening the way that they are. I think one thing I should do here is this will say that it's visible. Lazy load component in viewport now. I don't think this is going to help me. So at first it does nothing because I got rid of the lazy load function. It'll only get called on scrolling now. So if I hit this button, wait, what? Does this not? Nope, there we go. Lazy load component in viewport now. So it spews out a bunch of these things. I see. Okay, Alex. Well, good luck either way. Huh. So why, when this is debounce, though, does this work differently? Like this loads a bunch of these in, and then as I'm scrolling around, when it stops. I don't know. I don't have an answer for why that works at all. So I don't know why debouncing versus throttling does anything different. I also don't know why, well, with respect to lag, I know the differences in the functions. I also don't know why debouncing helps the page run smoothly at all. Drain. the behavior I'd want. Images can load in while scrolling. I wonder, maybe it's how debounce is coded. Let's go take a look at that maybe. So how do you go to a particular function? Can you even do that? Jump to line, no, you can't, okay. Well, whatever, let's just search for it. So debounce. Debounced. Oh, throttle calls it debounce. Here it is. Okay, so this comment starts way up here. Alright, so this is exactly the comment that you see in the documentation. That's where they pull it from. That makes sense. And then here's our example, which again is in the documentation. So let's look at their code. Okay, parse arguments. Invoke function. I wonder if this runs inside a worker. Should invoke timer expired, trailing edge, cancel, flush, debounced. No. Where's invoke function? Here it is. Yeah, it just calls the function with the arguments you pass in. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But wait, no. It's not like debounce does something special here. I think is that all these components might mount at the same time. Couldn't you add some tab or similar instead so that all images don't have to load into a single page? I think having them on a single page is expected and was probably best for the UI here. I think having them only load in when they're visible is important. Like, I could split these up into... Anyway, whatever splits I do doesn't really matter, because unless I split it so that there's a maximum of, let's say, 3 images in each one of these, then, and if I did that, by the way, you'd have like a million different buttons to click over here. Then when we have more items in the game, you'd eventually just run into the same problem. Okay, yeah, so component mounted. Let's take a look at this. Need to do some home project with a friend. Do you know some tool to share the files in real time? Yeah, you can use Dropbox. I mean, you could fold the horizontal sections. Right, but then what I'm saying is, let's say you want to see all the different cosmetics, and chances are you would, because when you're about to buy something, you're like, well, let's look at all of them, because I want to see whichever one's the coolest. And you're like, okay, this one's the coolest, so I'm going to buy this. But if you had to expand a bunch of different sections to see that, you'd probably just want them all expanded by default. And also, hi, Mr. Silvermatch. It can lead to broke files. Well, I think part of what I'd ask is, do you really need sharing in real time? Does it need to be absolutely real time? Or can you do something where it's like, hey, I push the files, you can now get them? Because if so, I would just suggest GitHub, really. GitHub's probably the best bet you have for that. Or Bitbucket, or really any Git host. Barring that, I'd go with something like Dropbox. And barring that, I would just share files over, I don't know, Skype or Facebook or anything, really. But yeah, I think Git is my first suggestion there. Okay, so one of the things that I didn't understand yet here is still why this works. I'd like to get some more information here. So let's clear out of this. So every component mounts at the same time. That makes sense because they're all in the DOM. But only the ones that are visible will load. So calling lazy load handler at start is fine. They only lazy load. They only, well, so by default, they call lazy load handler as soon as they mount. But it's just a no-op if they're not visible. The gym was super crowded. I hate January. Yeah, it's uncanny. Every January it happens. And by about February, it's almost completely died down. I always think it's interesting to see who's new at the gym, if you are at a small enough gym in January, and then who's still there in like March and April. Because those are the people who are actually dedicated. I've asked 3 times now. I just want to know how to pronounce it. Is it J. Louise? Is it J. Louis? Is there an OE sound in it at all? Is it Lou? Yep, that's it. This is just an elaborate troll. Come up with a name that looks interesting and then never tell me how to pronounce it. Oh man. Alright, so by default they call this as soon as they mount, but it's just a no-op if they're not visible. And then regardless, well, what if their name actually is Claire Wouter? There's like a 1 out of 100,000 chance that that's true. It's probably lower actually. Demographic skew male here. One guy at the gym said they get 300 new members every January, and by March 250 of them will quit. Wow, that's actually better than I thought. That means that they kept 50 of them until at least March. Doesn't mean that they're showing up. It just means that they still are paying for their gym membership, I guess. Oh. Oh, no problem. They banned the haha emote. It was getting spammed a lot, but I still don't know why they'd ban it. Maybe. Also, this guy has glasses, right? Kind of hard to tell. Yeah. Maybe it's because they're making fun of people with glasses. Hey, kazoos. So regardless of whether I have debounce or throttle set, having lazy load handler be called at mount time will cause lag. The only thing that doesn't cause lag is not calling lazy load handler on mount and using debounce. I mean, this looks like a cringier face here than when it's really small. I wonder why they do this stuff though. Like some things I can understand. I understand banning a lot of the more offensive things. But I wonder what thought process led to banning that emote. You said right? J. Louise. Okay, I'll just go with J. Louise. There we go. But yeah. J. Louise, always let me know whenever you have any questions. Okay. I guess, okay, that thought process makes sense. They don't want new viewers to think that it's cringy just because of Twitch chat. But then again, if you listen to Twitch chat for almost any large stream, you're probably going to hate humanity after a while. Hey, Heel. How'd you rate your keyboard? Can you give a small review? I like it. I mostly use this because it wasn't as noisy as my other one. But yeah, I do like it. I think the only thing I'd suggest is looking into Microsoft Sculpt, which is the newer version of this. This has a split spacebar, which is kind of nice, so that you're not using the full force of your thumb pressing down this large spacebar. And it's also got this thing cut out of the middle, which really doesn't matter to me. The bad thing about this is the function keys are really tiny. It's hard enough for me to hit the function keys by memory here because this is angled weirdly. But the keyboard itself is good. Okay, so I still have no explanation as to why debounce doesn't cause this thing to screech to a halt. I guess it's because events have stopped. But then I just don't know. I don't get it. So we turn this off. We have debounce set to true. Let's try this again. And yeah, Heel, let me know if you get it. I'd be curious to hear what you think of it. So we do this, and as it's loading in, yeah, we can switch away from that page. I just don't get it. And so once this is all loaded, it's now in the cache, so loading it a second time goes super fast. I still can't explain why it loads in without freezing everything, though. Oh, call John if you want. Okay, got it. Wait, antimatter tape, are you talking about emotes from Twitch? So how do I still not have an answer for this? Thinking of a mechanical keyboard? Heel, I suggest trying a mechanical keyboard if you can before buying it. Because I think they're nice. And some people like the feel or the sound of it. But in general, you should know that you like it before spending that much money on it. Alright, I guess we can close out of this. Okay, let's try a couple of other things. Let's try this and see if this lags. I want to figure out exactly what's doing it. No, that doesn't. What? It's this? Yeah, wait, yeah, because lazy load handler pretty much wouldn't do anything at first. Unless... yeah, that's what's doing it. Okay, yeah, I don't get it. So it's flushing that does that. Not calling lazy load handler dot flush on mount. Alright, Betsy boy. And yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. So I'm not trying to make a living off of Twitch. I'm actually not really making a living at all right now. But I know there are other streamers who are trying to make a living off of Twitch. So that's why I say if you'd rather sub to them, feel free. I'm just happy to have viewers. Since when is there a Christmas cap on the manicure cap? This has been here for about a week. I always, Jay Bugsy, I like the clicking sound on my mechanical keyboard. The problem is now when I use it, I feel like my hands are too close to each other because it's not ergonomic. I think that might cause pain. Okay, so for some reason flushing this is what does this. Let's take a look at this. There is a flush method to immediately invoke everything. The only explanation I would have is that these debounce functions are linked to one another. Only one is called at a time. But that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. It gets bound to this individual thing, so it's going to be a new function every time. So there's no way that could happen. Because there's a new lazy load handler function. I'm considering at that point. Substituting. Correct. This just means something else. So you'd use this, like, I consider substituting keyboards to be a good choice when you're tired of one keyboard. Something like that. This is also correct, but you can tell that it changes the meaning of the sentence. Something like that. Okay, Wouter, wow. Also, why did it stop highlighting Adam in chat? Better Twitch TV keeps forgetting my settings. Alright, well, I'm making no progress right now, and I don't have a good solution for any of this either. I still can't figure out why flushing this. Maybe it's because, oh, maybe. Wait a second. So wait. The answer has to be that flush isn't invoked until much later for these components. Just not sure exactly. It has to be that. It has to be. Yeah, it has to be. Okay, so here's what we should do then. We should do this. We should say this dot lazy load handler dot flush equals let's do this const old equals this. Then this equals a new function. How do I do this in such a way that I don't break everything? So we're going to call the old flush function at the end of this, and then we'll say here console.log flush called date.now. There. Let's do that. And I bet these are getting called at very different times. Just still not totally sure why about that. It's not printing that out at all, is it? That means that I screwed up. Or what else does that mean? No. It means this is never getting called. Actually, flush isn't ever called. I'm scrolling. Still don't have an explanation for any of this stuff. Well, flush is something that's exposed out of this function. Is anything else? There's flush. Cancel and flush, yeah. But we won't have access to any of the other functions. Are you calling the function? So the way debounce works is it's going to lump a whole bunch of function calls into one at the end of whatever the debounce time is. So whenever I scroll, It's trying to call a function every single time I scroll, and debounce is saying like, hold on a second, we'll wait until he's done scrolling, and then we'll let it happen. And that's why what you see here is when I scroll down, you won't see these images get loaded until I stop scrolling, and then they start to load in. And I could actually set the debounce time even lower on this, and it probably wouldn't screw anything up. Throttle equals 0. Well, 0 might not work. That'll probably break everything still. Yeah, 0 breaks it. But if we set this to something like 40 even. Yeah, that's not bad. Honestly, everything other than 0 seems to be totally fine. So I guess I don't understand still. When does this stuff get called? If I set this to 1, is that fine? And more or less, I think so. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all I do for right now. Maybe that's fine. The thing is, it does look pretty weird when you see them like... You switch here and you see a blank page for a little while. And that can be avoided by just getting rid of this again. If I just call flush immediately, everything works totally fine. And then it would say flush called for that. So now you'll see it'll load in immediately, and then this will lag. And that's what I was trying to correct. Hey, Protoss player. In Liquidor, you found a repro, really? You didn't have to look into all this. Man, I feel bad. I'm looking into bugs for hours, and I'm not figuring anything out here. I was hoping this would be easier. I still don't have an answer for why this happens the way it does. Hey again, Hideo. So we gotta take that out. What if... I don't even get the problem. The problem is loading these images takes a long time. And I only want them to load when they're in view. So this is working pretty well right now. But now the issue is that when you switch pages, you see this like very obvious, there's not everything is there. So you see a lot of white. And I can fix that, but then it'll incur lag. So in order to fix it, I just put this flush call back in. But now it's going to lag the page. The should I've said sound weird for anyone else? Yes, it does. A scale of 1 to 10, how do you grade yourself as a coder? If you can't figure something out, what do you do? I don't think I'm a good candidate for grading myself as a coder. I don't know, I'm like a 7 or something. And if you can't figure something out, what do you do? Just keep trying to come up with new ways to investigate the problem. I think a lot of not being able to figure something out is not realizing that you have an assumption that you're making that's clouding you from coming up with the right answer. Hey again, Vlur. And I'm doing okay. But just okay. Not great. Have you tried lazy loading the image only versus the whole component? Because it looks less weird if all the layout is there. Yeah, I haven't tried that, but that's a good idea. It's that lag at the beginning that I just don't like there. But then switching back to this isn't so bad. Also, how much does this matter? Offset vertical of 0 and height of 1. What would that even change? It's actually changing where these things render. Okay. I don't know. All right, so trying just lazy loading the images. Well, Liquidor, I think the difference there is that then the layout would be there still. That's what Hideo's saying. Like, it'll still take however long it was going to take, but at least there will be a box where the div should be. Okay, well, let's try that out. So instead of lazy loading this, we'll lazy load the store item. So it would basically just be this section. So I need to make another component, I think, that would just have that image in it. Yeah. Oh, I need to read up. So basically it's the speed between mouse down and mouse up. If it's too slow, it's considered a press down. I assume a mobile plugin module of some sort, or the camera module. So that's triggered, the no click is triggered and no normal behavior. Yeah, Liquidor. Oh man. Okay, so this is why I should have looked into this too. I didn't realize you spend 2 hours on this. This is part of what Hammer.js does. I have things set up here. Where is this? There's somewhere that I set up Hammer.js. I apparently don't remember where this even is. I thought it was in there. Here it is. Yeah, so I have these things set. There's a press time and there should be a tap time as well. And so this is set to press time -1. I don't know if it's a problem in Hammer or something that I'm doing though. Okay, well, I'll look into this the next time I get to the click bugs. They're loading only render one row at a time when the user scrolls to the bottom. Would that work? Yeah, Motor Fama it would. I think the problem is just rendering that one row at a time without not screwing anything else up, which is what I seem to be doing a lot. Hey Orphoria. Hey Rockstar. Did you check the size of the images? Maybe they're too big. The images themselves are already loaded. It's generating these colorized images, and granted they are probably a little bit too big, but the point is that there are a lot of improvements I can make here, and some just won't matter once I have a ton of different images. So right now there's 24 of each kind of image, which leaves us 72 total. But cosmetics in a lot of games are something you can kind of just spam the game with, and they don't decrease or really affect the quality of the game at all. They just make it better for players. So eventually, what happens when we have like 400 of these things, even if they're small images, I feel like we'll still run into this problem. And that's where I wanted to get it so that it could just load a page of these pretty well. And it's kind of almost there maybe. So it's 100% the threshold between a click and a tap and a press. Yeah, I'll have to look into this more. So look into Hammer.js to see if they're having issues with this stuff. Because when I had debugged this, I went into Hammer and I found, I found that stuff, and then I thought, oh, I'll just change the thresholds, and it apparently didn't help that much. Give you the values you're using for Hammer. I couldn't find a way to get all features working without the delay. Could only decrease it, and even checking their issues on that matter did not help. Yeah, then maybe I just don't end up using Hammer eventually. Who knows? Okay, so let's make a new component for this stuff. I gotta say, these issues are pretty frustrating, and this is really what it's gonna be a lot of problems for the next like month and a half. It's gonna be a lot of these like, hey, there's a tiny problem that was happening that people are commenting on. Like, let's spend 2 days fixing it. Oh well, what can you do? Okay, so let's make a new thing here. Store item image.js. And we'll call this store item image. Good. And then we'll get rid of probably all the rest of this stuff. So like this, for example. Now, as far as this shouldn't have been there. Okay, so all this has to be is this. Return this div. Good. The style is set up there. And this should be lazy loaded. So we'll do this from here. So let's just get rid of this thing. And this thing. Yeah, but thank you very much, Liquidor, for looking into that. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you had to do that. And Pawn, I definitely agree. It does make everything seem more polished in the end. It is just a pain to get it all to work. And I also feel like there are bigger fish to fry right now. I really should be working on, I don't know, just getting alpha to be ready. This kind of thing, honestly, even if the loading time is 20 seconds, no one's going to care for alpha. They'll comment on it, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. Just wait 20 seconds, you'd buy an item and you'd be like, oh, Adam knows about it, he's going to fix it. And it's not 20 seconds, it's like 2 seconds. So, too bad. Alright, so let's take a look. So this is now lazy loaded here, which means the only thing we need to do is pass in get base 64. Wait, what is selected? We don't need this. So we just need to pass in item data ID. Really just item ID. That's it. But anyway, let's pass in item data. And let's also pass in this function. So store inventory. We need to say import store. No, not here. What am I doing? Import store item image from there. And then this will be store item image with 2 things passed in. This and this. Then we get rid of this part. And we get rid of this. And there. Now all of this should be deferred to its own lazy loader. This can be saved and it should just work. Now we'll see. No, something broke. Unexpected token in store inventory line 44. It's probably these. It's probably these. Let's delete them. Or yeah, let's just delete them. Is that still a mistake? No, build successful. Can I have 10x BRB lunch? Are those 2 separate thoughts for you? Because I don't know when you had actually gotten it. Your name is there now. So if I just show you the lunch list, you're at the very bottom of it right there. And can you have 10? Yeah, sure. Since you're there once right now, I will do the 10 after the stream today. And I should eventually just code it so that you guys can do that too. Alright, let's try this out. Nope, I broke something. Item data is not defined. Whoops. Store item, this subprocess item data, this subprocess that. Yes, good. And where does item data exist? Right there. Okay, good. So then store item image. I must be using item data where I mean to use this .props item data. Ah, there it is. This doesn't need a key. This parent should have a key. We can get rid of that. Excuse me. Oh, you added one yesterday when I saw I wasn't there. Oh, I see. Okay, so that wasn't necessarily a problem. Okay, well, I seem to have broken the style of something. I think it was this. What if, what is wrong there? What did I just say, inline? Okay. So we get rid of this, and then everything should just work. No, not quite. But it does look better. No new update on them. The repo's basically dead. Nothing since October, even PR. They're not even looked at. Man, that's too bad. Alright, see you, Liquidor, and thanks again. I still feel guilty. So, what do I do here? Scrolling works fine. It's that first load that doesn't necessarily work that well. That's still laggy. And I thought I had fixed that. Apparently not. Height 100. This is just of this image. I don't know. Yeah, I'd love to have this not lag when you first go to it, especially because that lag is going to be there in full force when you're trying to load every image. I was way too late on that. What do I do? You know, I thought about it yesterday. I was walking home. This is kind of morbid. I was walking home and I saw a lot of construction going on. I thought, what if something fell on me? And I was like horribly disfigured, and I got a lot of money in a settlement. And I got to hire a UI designer or a UI programmer, and they just got to do this for me. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, Syntonic. I don't think this is ever going to end. Hey, dash on it. Wait, you only want to fix the tab selected delay? Yeah. No, I wanted to fix both things. But I can't figure out how to do that. Well, more what was going on is there was this giant... What are those things called? Is boom crane the right word for it? Anyway, these things. What if you search crane? I don't really think crane is... It's this. What's the name for this? Tower crane. Okay, tower crane. That's what it is. Yeah, these. So this thing, there's like a gigantic one near us. And they're just so... They look so precarious. Like, how is there this giant... I mean, they stay up, right? They hardly ever fall, except that one in, Manhattan, like, a year ago. Yeah, I just thought, well, what if I got hit by one of those? How would it improve botland? When is the tab selected updated? When is the component is mounted? Hide the whole list at first, and when the component is mounted, you have the correct selected tab. Show it using lazy load. I'm not sure what you mean here exactly, Hideo. I wonder if you could load your images in a web worker so it doesn't block the main thread. Yeah, I had thought about that too yesterday, but that's where I wasn't certain whether... Anyway, this is what today was supposed to be. It was a bunch of investigation into how best to do this. And it turned into, let's try to get this way to work. Yeah. So part of it, Syntonic, though, is using this in a web worker. It does need to go to the video card for this to work. And then I need to update the DOM. So I could get the base 64 image data at least. Oh, man. I don't think you would survive if that big block on the end fell on you. that's true. There are a lot of ways you wouldn't survive that. Hey, Casper. It's not going so great. I feel like investigating the other ways that I could possibly improve this are going to take several hours, and then, unless it's a very obvious way, converting that into a working method is going to take some more time too. And all of this was just to get this to load faster. So I wonder if I should just ignore this for now and go with the solution that was closest to working. Like, this isn't too bad. It's not loading all of the images until you finally scroll. Found this around. I'm gonna have to do this eventually too, with just my code. Let me take a look at that. I never wrote it down. Oh man. I don't know where I wrote it. Is there a performance thing? I might have had it, but I don't know where it is now. Anyway, when I get around to splitting up code files on load, I should look into something like this. Is this still the same image load from yesterday? Yeah, it is. So the thing I never actually figured out though is why is it not lagging as I scroll? Like, I can scroll and these things load just fine. I don't understand how that's going on though. Why is it lagging at the beginning if it's not lagging when I'm scrolling? And what if I use random colors every time so that going to the page would cause this to be totally different? Get base64, or rather I just didn't cache them, I guess. Random colors would also work. So fine, primary color equals, oh, what am I doing? Color pair has a function for this, right? Get random, generate starting color pair. Man. Hi, Atomic Lemur. Gonna get some food, so take the last of my bits. Well, thanks. So, I'm the one who made all those Botland bot responses to people cheering. I picked a completely random number and made a special message for that, but 38 is not that number. But my point in saying this is that no one has ever cheered for 38 bits before. Show me the trace, where's the slowness? The problem is it's like impossible to read these things, but fine, I'll do it anyway. Alright, so we refresh the page, we press the start button, we click this, we press the stop button, and Chrome crashes. Okay. Start, click, stop. Yeah. So this is coming from Pixie. This is what I use to generate the texture that I'm using. So it's this function. Generate texture is what's used for turning something that was in WebGL to, there's a new texture that could be used. So it's just getting the pixels from this thing. And then there's toData_URL, which is getting base64. And then finally read pixels. Hey Seichin, yeah, I'm using JavaScript. And hey Soul Sorcerers. I think when the components are getting to be created, the main thread is locked for the second. Oh, no, that's definitely what's happening. I just need to figure out a way around it. Adam, is a lag on every browser? I haven't tested that. Firefox. I just love that dialogue. It's just my favorite dialogue to see. What does the stack trace look like when you scroll? Or what does the trace look like? I'm not sure what you mean by the trace. You need Pixie just to render those cosmetic images? Oh, I need Pixie for all of the WebGL stuff. So I could maybe do this in a different way. The problem is I wanted to do things the same way I'm doing them in the game in case, let's say I ever animated these somehow. Like let's say the mouth opened and closed or something on this. Then I'd want to do things in the same way I was doing them in the game. Yeah, this is still slow over here. Wait, it loaded all of them over here. Oh, because there's no scroll bar. Oh, man. All right. Well, I had a bunch of other things I could work on. Like there are two choices right now. One is solve this probably using a different method, and two is ignore this for now. It'll still be a bug later. Nothing's gonna just fix this. The same trace you run when you click cosmetics. Oh, the profiling? Have you done it while scrolling and see the difference in time and execution? No, I haven't. Let me try that out. So we'll load this, click cosmetics, and then start profiling, and then scroll down, and then stop profiling. Yeah, this is entirely different stuff now. Which is weird because that would mean that it would mean that the base 64 data that I'm getting is not what's actually holding this up anymore. In fact, I don't even know what's showing up here at all because there's no search function here. Strange. Very strange. Lazy load handler is what's taking up a lot of this. I think you could have a correct/acceptable behavior for the alpha at least if you just delay the rendering of the whole list after the selected tab is changed and then lazy load all the things. Yeah, I need to figure out a good way to do that too. Time for just a small side project. So the only thing that this would mean to me, okay, so the profiling shows a bunch of WebGL/base64 stuff when it initially loads. After it's loaded, it doesn't show any of that. The only way I think this would be possible is if it had already cached the... Oh, wait a second. Hang on. I think that the way that lazy load works is when you look at the render function, it's rendering the element children, not only children. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I take that back. No. Let's just set a breakpoint. Or let's print this out. Get base 64 from item ID of item ID at state.now. Let's see when this is happening. How would it be when you're going to pre-build those components when main category is selected? If you're asking how would I do that, well, I'm trying to figure out the answer now. And are you sure the trace you're looking at there even does base 64 stuff? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Then that's what I'm figuring out from this thing right now. Is Pixie.js already downloaded? Yeah, it is. And yeah, there's just one bundle. I don't dynamically pull in any code. Okay, so let's take a look at the console. So as soon as I click this, then I scroll down. Oh, wow. So that's what's doing this. Okay, I'm gonna go point to Casper for that, definitely. Yeah, so when I click this tab, that's when it's getting all of the base 64 image data for everything. And then when I scroll down, all it's doing is rendering the image, which isn't that long. What's weird is that that's not what used to happen, right? Also, that's not really how lazy load should work, right? Well, that does mean it's probably a pretty good candidate for a web worker. Turns out that that's exactly what's happening. Can you show the component for each one of those tiles? So the tile is here. This used to just be a bunch of divs and then an image. And the image used to just have this right here in its render function. Like get base 64 image data from item ID. And I put that into a store item image, which all this does is it's this same stuff but wrapped in a lazy load. For debugging, you could try to use a state value defaulting to false to show the list, and after the component, change the value for the next tick. Yeah, that's true. Okay, thanks, Hideo. And see you, Motorfama. Thanks for your sub. I think Antimatter Tape is going through withdrawal right now. Yeah, I wonder if this was still the case back when I had lazy load on this thing, which I just closed out of. But we could just do this. And then I get rid of it on store item. Okay. Let's try that. I've horribly broken something. What? What did I do? Oh, yeah, inline. Oh, that needs to be fixed. There we go. Okay, then this should change it. But now I wonder, is it going to still load in base 64 image data for all this stuff again? Interesting. Would you look at that? So here things are different. I don't know how this changed it though. Oh, because I'm not showing anything. All right, I understand. So let's control Y a bunch of this stuff. And then this too. Okay, so this only started happening when I tried lazy loading the store item, or sorry, the image in the store item as opposed to the entire store item. I think it's because lazy load will still render the immediate child, but without visibility. So anything intense in its render function will work, but it won't render any further descendants. Oh yeah, are there any more moderators in chat? I want to get an answer to this. This is a mod-only straw poll. So if you're not a moderator and you want to participate, you've got a choice here. Oi, oi. Alright, yeah, we'll have to. Alright. So this makes me think that using web workers is probably a good solution here. So how do we do this? Just look at their code. Start worker. I'm guessing you pass in a callback function? Oh, you pass in a JavaScript file. Oh man. Hoping to not have to do that. Is there any better way to do this? Make me a mod so I can cast the tie-breaking point. Runs a named JavaScript file. Yeah, no, I don't want to do this. Inline workers with blob. You can inline your worker in the same HTML file. I don't really care to do this. Yeah. I think what I should go back to is... Oh, I don't know. There was no good solution here. Is lazy loading the whole store item, and what else? What else do I need to do for this to work? And doing what Hideo suggested right here. Not having the tab content show on process.nextTick. I don't know though, this is still gonna have its own issues. Still have a problem where things won't load until I'm done scrolling. You could use a Webpack loader like this, but you still need to put it in another file. Yeah, I wanted to avoid doing something like this. Maybe I should just run all of bundle.js in my web worker. Man, this is frustrating. It's really frustrating. I think trying multiple canvases could potentially help. Although I might just need to lazy load canvases at that point. Something else I kind of wanted to try, which is what if I had all of these? What if I had the same cache that I have now? And how would I even get that? Probably like this. Debug main.spreadsheet dictionary. This is gonna lag everything. So can we? Oh, we have dump. That's not exactly what I want, right? The benchmark shouldn't belong to code. Uh, it shouldn't be, ideally. Maybe your component could render a placeholder and then dispatch an action to do the hard work of doing that base64 stuff to cache it into your reducer. Yeah. Yeah, so the thing I didn't get an answer to here, I can't figure out completely, is I had this at one point where I could scroll this and images would kind of start to phase in and I could still keep scrolling. It wouldn't freeze the UI. I never figured out why that was because it was still calling the base64 thing that it's called when you first click this tab. I want to test something. Okay, I don't think this will totally work, but let's try it. So if we say this dot dump and then JSON.stringify, this will return some insanely large string, right? Oh, you can't even do that. I have to decycle this. All right, no, too much, too much. Yeah, maybe trying that canvas thing is the maybe. No, I don't know. All right, well, we'll have to do this after lunch, I think. Gonna be hard to find this behavior again. No, I can get the behavior back by just Control-Zing a bunch of this stuff. If I just do this, I can show what I was talking about. There. There, that should be this that I was talking about. So when I go to this page now, I can, so there's that initial loading, but then when I scroll, it, okay, let me check something here. So I go to this page, and it gets base64 image data for a whole bunch of items. And then as I scroll down, it's going to get them for more. And yet it's not lagging anything. Like I'm able to still scroll here, and it's very smooth. I don't know why that is. I don't know why it's not lagging anything. Because it's all happening on the same thread. I'm with Hideo's earlier comment. I think it's fine for alpha. Maybe this is something that should get left until later optimization. Yeah, maybe it should. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just leave things where they are for right now. They're good enough. The lag that happens at the beginning isn't crazy. Like, it's just this amount of time. Sure, it loaded a bunch of these things. So scrolling slightly, like I click this, if I press the down arrow, there should never be a time where I press the down arrow and can't see the next row of stuff. Because it should keep loading the next thing. Yeah, it is. So that's always true. And that's dictated by this number, 300. So if I say that that's 0, then it'll no longer be true. Because now it's only going to load things that are exactly in view. Yeah, so now you can see them kind of popping into view. Okay. This height should really be dynamic though. The only thing I would... So then figure out how to get the right height for lazy loading. Because this height is used to render, I believe. Yeah, so now these things are overlapping. I don't like that. What if I just don't specify a height? Oh, then everything works correctly. What? That? How does that work? Oh, it's loading the image data for everything. So no, specifying the height is necessary. And I need to figure out what this height is. It's going to be stupid. Because this includes margins and everything too. Yeah, that's too bad. And if we specify a larger height, I think it'll just put white space between all these because it's actually sizing the div. Yeah, it is. So stupid. I can't omit the height or everything will load. I can't use something too small or too tall, or I'll have overlap or too much padding. I don't actually know the height until this thing renders. Oh wait, here's what I could probably do. I could probably do whatever I'm doing for store item on lazy load and have store item get its height from lazy load. Yeah, okay, that's what I'd have to do. And the other thing is get rid of React virtualize and friends. So part of the reason I'd wanted to do this now is because when you're in the game and you're editing a bot, I wanted you to be able to see images here. So whatever solution I come up with over there, I would want to use here too. I wonder if it's worth it to just make a small app demonstrating this behavior. So cut out all of Botland stuff. Like I basically have a function here. Let's just do something for laughs right now. So if I say for I equals 0, I is less than 10,000 or 1,000, doesn't really matter, I plus plus. And then we do the same thing here, J, K, and L. Let's make this one only be 10. So this will just add in a whole bunch of nothingness, really. It'll make this take longer. I wonder if, or you know what I could do? Yeah, instead of doing this, we could just do a promise. Well, if it's a promise that resolves to this thing, then I need to change the render function. Is there a reason to use plus plus I over I plus plus? So I plus plus has to return I and then increment it. Although it doesn't really make much of an impact. But yeah, that's my reason. This is return I, then increment. Plus plus I is increment, then return I. So this needs to keep two values around. Like I said, I don't think it actually makes an impact. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's worth just trying this. Problem with just, plus I'm going to need to come back to this eventually. I'll have lost the context of what I tried and what I'm going to do. And no, Casper, the way that for loops work is there's an initial and then a test and then a, what do you call this? Anyway, there's a term for all these things. Darn, I don't remember this. Anyway, the thing that happens every time you loop. So initial is I is 0. Then at the end of the for loop is going to check like, oh, is I less than 10? And if it's not, then it's going to run loop and then just go through it all again. So whether you have I plus plus or plus plus I doesn't make a difference there. Yeah, Syntonic, that'd be great, but then I'd want to know how are they going to fix this? Maybe I should get them to get hit by a crane too, and then they'll hire someone. We'll all be filthy rich by the end of it, and we won't have to do any work. Alright, well, lunch is definitely the right answer for right now. Yeah, the problem with just leaving things is that I still have it as a problem, and it's something that I want to use for the cosmetics inventory. Alright, get your lunch BRBs in now. I can a bit. I'm not a beast of programming. I'm a beast at making it look like I'm typing quickly, which people think makes me a good programmer. But really, like, these sorts of issues, I've been stuck on for a day now, right? It's going to take at least another half day. You kind of already have that bot in Botland, right? It's Wrecking Ball. It just doesn't have a crane head. We need something more dangerous looking. Alright, I'm gonna go get lunch. Thank you all for watching so far. When I come back, I'll be here for like 3 hours. There. Alright. See you guys after lunch. And John, your name won't show up in here because I had already started the lunch screen. But yeah, see ya. back. Awesome memes banned quick. Hey Hideo, hey Digite, and hey Adne. Okay, so you all know where we left off. Is that a frustrating problem? So we're gonna have to test some different things here. Canvases are still one route. I think figuring out why debounce is helping things is another route. Because if we know why it's working, then maybe we can figure out another way that'll get it to work. You know what? Let's do this. Where's... I closed it. I closed lazy load, wherever that is. Oh, okay. Well, then let's just go reopen it, I guess. Hey, Davidus and Catalan Web. How's it going? You having good days? You having better days than I'm having right now? Okay, so lazy load. What we're going to do is we're going to turn off flush. And then when I load this, started using Conemu. It's awesome. Well, I'm glad you like it. I tried Hyperterminal last Thursday. That was not so awesome. Okay, why is this happening? What if I got rid of this too? I don't think that should matter. Yeah, these things are still streaming in. Although, wait a second. No, they're streaming in such a way that they're not lagging anything. Yeah, that's good. I just need to figure out how. Yeah, so maybe getting the stack trace on these calls is going to be important. Because as soon as I click over here, yeah, that's what it's going to get these. Okay, yeah, let's get stack traces. Or you know what? Let's just put a breakpoint here. Get image item. There we go. This, right. So as soon as I click here, this will get called and we'll know exactly what's going on. So copy stack trace. G240. This does happen every once in a while. I think in general, as long as I know, as long as I have some direction, I think that's good. Today, I've got some things I can try out at least. It's not like I've tried everything and I'm all out of ideas. I've tried a few things and I've got some ideas. I'm still in kind of a bad state here though. Okay, so lazy load handler. So timer expired. That is called from Lodash. Yeah. So debounce. We go look at the source. We'll see timer expired in this function. Come on. Alright, so timer expired. What? Where is it? Here, it's right here. Why did that not get found? Maybe I didn't search correctly. Anyway, restart the timer. So something must start the timer. There must be a set timeout at the beginning of all of this. Debounced. Yeah. So this sets a timeout for here. Okay, so the debounced function will set a timeout for timer expired for, I guess, 40 milliseconds, something like that. So then timer expired gets called. It triggers lazy load handler, our debounced function. something's not exactly right there. Something's triggering this to begin with. It's this, I guess. But that's not necessary. What if I got rid of these two? Then nothing should call this. In which case we would never have images load. Oh, I guess I can get rid of this now. No, we do have images load. Why is that? Something else is doing this. Oh, component will receive props. That's where this is handled. Well, probably. Catalan Web, yeah, Hyper can give you tabs. I can just show you. So here's Hyper Terminal. And if I want new tabs, I just hit Control T. And I got a bunch of different tabs now. So yeah, tabs work. Why was Hyper created? I like its foundation. It's an open source app and it's plugin based. So anything you want, Git Bash, yeah, you can just run programs from this. If you want to specify something, you can do program files, git, bin. I mean, I have a bunch of problems with this. You can see this thing like jumping all over the place. But yeah, I can run Bash in here. You stole their option style. It's simple and nice. Okay, so this is getting called now. From where exactly? Just says timer expired. Doesn't say what kicked that off. Because it was a set timeout that kicked it off. Be nice to know what had kicked that off. Okay, what's up next after lunch? It's me trying to still figure these things out. I have a feeling it was component will receive props that was triggering this. We can get rid of this. Yes, it was. Okay. So component will receive props. This is triggered from component will receive props. And at mount time. It seems weird that it happens in both of those cases. So my goal with all of this was figure out exactly what is eventually calling into this thing. So lazy load handler is calling into a render function eventually, and that's what's calling our get base64 item or image data. Figure out why scrolling and having base64 data get produced is not lagging anything. If I can do that, then maybe I can leverage whatever the answer is to figure out the best solution. So this eventually, when visible, this will eventually trigger a render function, which will get base64 image data. Catalan Web, what are the bugs you've seen in ConEmo? Also, I'm not sure if you care. You might find out something about this by watching this VOD. This is when I was trying out Hyper. Maybe because you're not calling the same function 100 times at the same time and nothing more. But that can't be the case because, okay, so let's take a look. When I click this, it's calling get base64 image data a whole bunch of times, right? And even here you can see that it's what? 9 milliseconds, 24 milliseconds, 63, 7. Anyway, if I scroll down really fast, didn't do anything. Oh yeah, because I commented that out. Okay, hang on a second. Doesn't that just mean that the function that does base64 conversion is only getting called when the cosmetics tab is loaded and not when you're scrolling? No, so this is, so check this out, because I have proof that this is the case. So as I scroll down to here, you can see it is calling my get base64 image data. But for some reason, that doesn't lag everything this time. Also, all of these are completing, I guess, just much faster. That's where I wanted to put in, okay, you know what I should do? I should put in a promise.delay and see if this holds anything on. Hey, Orny Mac, welcome back. Oh, Catalan Web, I think that's the goal of the project, though, is to end up like that. I think they want very, very little in their base, and you use plugins for anything you might want. Okay, so let's try this out. So we'll say base64 string. We can't actually render this, though. Oh, God. I don't even know how this would work. I want to... I guess I want to set the state here. So maybe when this mounts. What does the get base64 whatever function do? Does it actually do the conversion, or is that conversion being fired off when the tab is loaded? It actually does the conversion, yeah. And so that's getting triggered now when elements scroll into view. And hey again, Calco. Yeah, so the problem that I wanted to test out here is if I put a delay in here. But I can't do that unless I have that delay then change the state. So here's what we could do. We say this dot state equals fetching false base64 data or string. It's just empty. So what should happen here is if this dot state dot fetching, you probably can't even set state from here. If you're not lazy loading every subcomponent, every subcomponent has to be rendered and be done with it to even see something to get the selected tab. When you're lazy loading, you're loading a part of the child and the parent component is already mounted. I'm not sure there's more to it. That could be it. But then why wouldn't throttling give me the same... Okay, let's get rid of this for a second. So what we're seeing happen right now is this. I click cosmetics, it lags for a little bit. Wait, no, it didn't even lag at all there. Hang on, I click this, and yeah, I can scroll immediately, even if things haven't loaded in. But for some reason when I'm throttling it, it doesn't work that way. And I'm still unsure of what the difference is. Hey, Avixator. Avixator, you were in a note, or a quote. Which one, though? Which quote were you in? There you are. So there's probably something only being fired off once that covers everything that's on the page and not what is being rendered immediately. That was happening a while ago. That's not the case anymore. What are you trying to throttle? So this lazy load component has a way of specifying whether you debounce or whether you throttle. So the only thing I'm trying to throttle is the check to see whether this thing is visible. Maybe this has to do with running events from a mouse handler or not. What do I do here? Oh, what did I do? How did I just break everything again? I have no idea. Oh wait, there it goes. So, no, this is working fine too. I don't understand this. I don't understand any of this. It had nothing to do with throttle, apparently. Okay, well, I think I came to the wrong conclusion here. As I scroll, oh no, it is lagging. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's doing this. But you can see that I can't move the scroll bar. Yeah. I don't know. Something about debounce that lets that work. I think, okay, hang on, let me try something else then. Here's what we should do. They throttle when you scroll and never stop throttling until you're done scrolling. Right. That makes sense. What I want to figure out here, let's put a breakpoint here. Is this coming from a mouse event? Is that why this thing is totally breaking? No. Or maybe I would need to look at, no, it can't be. That's not the way debounce works. There's always a set timeout doing this. I still don't understand this then. And maybe you're right, Hideo. Maybe it had to do with how many you're loading at once or something. I don't know. Okay, so what if I did this at least? This whole thing about turning it into a promise is not maybe the best idea, but what if I had a whole bunch of different images loading here? So we had this one, and then we had this one, base64 string 2. This is going to take in OXFFOOO and OXFF. So red and pink. And then what if we did this? We'll just swap these colors. Okay, so then let's do style 2 and style 3. And we'll also say style 2, we need to change, not test lazy load. Background position right. Background position left. And background position center maybe. I'm not sure. Let's try that. But this should load 3 times as long because it won't have cached any of these things because none of those are my colors. So yeah, it's definitely laggy now. They're equal? What are the odds of that happening? They're not equal. And if they are equal, let me ask you, would you rather have 0.35 times $1 million or 0.4 times $1 million? I wonder if you can change the background position even more than this. HTML background position. Can you just say left, right, and yeah, you can. Oh wait, no. There are actual values here. Yeah, so we can just say this. Background position equals negative 50 px 0 px and negative 100 px 0 px. Let's try that. This will just make them show in a different position. The whole point of doing this is to see whether this thing is still going to lag with debounce. Okay, I guess I should have set this to 50. Okay, then we switch to debounce. And even this can be set to 40. I still don't understand how this is working. Have you tried setting the throttling to 1,000 and not modifying debounce? Debounce is true by default. So right now I'm actually technically not modifying it. But setting throttle to 1,000, no, I haven't. I think what would happen though is that every 1 second there'd be a crazy loading time if I set it to throttle. But on debounce, yeah, this is what I find weird. Like, it's fetching the images right now, and it's not lagging it at all. And I still just don't have an explanation for why that's happening. I don't get it. I don't understand that. And yeah, I know how to do that. There's this. Yeah, how is this happening though? There's got to be something else at play. Either this is not taking the amount of time that I think it is, or this has already been cached one of these times. Let's check. Oh, this is what's doing the heavy lifting here. Returning cached data. Otherwise, we do the whole. How does console.time? And a label. We just give it a label and then time end. Hey, Mr. Cheap. I have that. Maybe what you want is something else. Or maybe you've overridden it in your user file, Syntonic. The way Sublime 3 works is you open up your settings and it'll actually do something like this and open up one set of settings here and then another set of settings here. So you'll see something like option true, and then over here you might see something like option false. I'm pretty sure these are the default settings, and you probably can't even modify this, and then these are your settings. So maybe in your settings you overrode it to be false. Just a thought. Will forfeit make you lose rating? Yes. And how can you choose between unranked and ranked matches? You can't choose. After you've played enough games of Botland in 24 hours that you've played against everybody in the game, your next match will be unranked and will be against someone you've already played against. Change the colors again to make sure it's not cached. Well, that's where I'm going to find out from this. So let's take a look. So we click this button right here. So it's actually colorizing images just really quickly. But in total, I mean, 85 milliseconds, so that's about 100 right there. This is like 250, 300. Yeah, when all's said and done, this is taking like 600 milliseconds probably. And now if I were to switch tabs back to this, it will use the cached images. Yeah, returning cached data. But as I scroll down, it's going to colorize new sprites. And yet it's not lagging anything for some reason. I guess the only time it lags is when... Oh, maybe that's the issue. Oh. So I think what may be happening is that the page lags when setting the DOM elements and not when getting base64 data. When throttling, I think it happens all at once, but debouncing somehow staggers them. I don't understand that exactly. Doesn't that lead to players not playing Botland because they don't want to lose rating? No, what I'm saying is forfeiting will make you lose rating. And eventually what I'm going to do, so right now, forfeiting makes you lose rating. In the future, taking more than 24 hours to finish a match will count as a forfeit. So right now, the only way, if you play a game and then you never complete it, then when you go back to play, so I'll just demonstrate this right now. I think I was actually playing against you hours ago. When I hit attack, it says you were already in a match with Avixator. You started this match 2 hours ago. So there's no way for me to just bypass this match with you. I have to play it out. My comment was based on your statement regarding ranked and unranked. No, so what I was getting at is, the only way to get I know what you're talking about, and I'll point out the distinction here. The only way to get an unranked match right now is to play against everyone in Botland in a 24-hour period and then play against one more person. That one person will be someone you've already seen before, so it'll be unranked. That's not saying if you wait 24 hours, it'll all of a sudden become ranked again, or vice versa. If you start an unranked match, it's unranked for the entire time. If you start a ranked match, it's ranked for the entire time. So if you start a ranked match and you just take too long, you'll just lose the match. That doesn't happen yet though, so you'll just be infinitely stuck in this match with the same person until you eventually win or lose against them. That leads to a different exploit that could happen, which is you start a match against someone, then you wait like a year, and by the time you finally finish, they've gone up to rank 1 in the game. So now you beat them, and it's as though you beat the rank 1 player. That's why I mentioned here in the future, if you take too long, it'll just count as a forfeit. Now, what that means is you could exploit it still to the point where 23 hours later you can finish the match, but I mean, like, how much can you really exploit that? And how much will people's ranks even change in 23 hours? And also, you can only do that once every 23 hours, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. So basically, there's not really an unranked experience, and Botland is supposed to be ranked. Currently, yes. In the future, you'll probably have something like a friends list maybe, and you can challenge them to matches. Challenging a friend will almost always be unranked, I bet. I can't imagine allowing you to do a ranked battle against your friends. And then that would be the unranked experience. Or maybe there's a way where I could just say, this actually wouldn't be that hard to do, to just, instead of having attack and just that as your option. So right now you have this attack button. I could just put another button here that says like attack unranked. And then you'd play against someone. We don't even need to be picky about matchmaking in that case. You'd play against someone and, oh yes we do, because this could be exploited. Oh man, yeah, so Botland, it's automated. So if you attack someone in an unranked way, and then later you're like, all right, now I know their defense, I know how to beat them, so I'm going to attack them in a ranked way. So yeah, we need to do something about that. Oh well, I'll worry about that later. That's not even planned to be a feature yet. But you're correct, there's no unranked experience right now, not really. How would I confirm that this is the case? Because what I've done here so far, I have these images showing up as you scroll. And every once in a while, you can see the scrolling isn't exactly smooth. I don't know how much of that is due to the page being resized, and how much of it is due to the DOM is just stuck for that small amount of time. Can someone tell me a good and free way to host a web page for less than a week? You could just open your computer up to the internet and then share your IP address. That's good and free. But other than that, if you're okay with paying $5, I mean, I know that's not free. You could get a DigitalOcean droplet and just go with the basic setup. Then there's also C9.io, which I don't think will let you just have this online forever. And other than all of that, there are usually shared web hosts that are really sucky experiences that you could use. So you could look into something like this. Oh yeah, GitHub Pages, that'll work. Oh, and Surge.sh, that was the one that, oh, EJ just pasted it in, yeah. But this is only for static pages. Okay, so what do I do here? How do I confirm this? I guess part of it is, at what point will I finally, let's just do this. All images num images equals, let's say 10, and then we'll do const styles, and then times num images. So we'll get this stuff. So base 64 image string. So we need to come up with a new color each time. So let's just do this. Let's say this is I, and then we'll pick bright pink for the other color. Actually, we could say something like I times, what is this number? FF. So we could just say this divided by I. Math.floor Well, I plus 1 so that we don't get a divide by 0 error. Yeah, there. That's fine. Okay, and then we do this, make sure it's a string. And then this will be I times 10 pixels, I times 5, it doesn't really matter. And finally, we say styles.push new style. Now down here, instead of doing this stuff, so we get rid of these, down here we say map new styles, or styles. So we're going to return a div with really all of this stuff. So let's just put this up here. And a key. And the key is going to be equal to, I believe map passes in an index to you, does it not? 3 arguments. Value index, yes, index. Okay, let's try that out. So this should give us 11 total images, I believe. Hey, Nanyan. And yeah, no problem, Dread. Angel Fire. GeoCities. It doesn't look like the DOM's being locked. It looks like it's being resized. Yeah, in that case, though, then everything would be fine here. I'd still need to figure out why is debounce different from throttle in this case. Okay, so what have I done that's causing this to get screwed up? Oh, this is just a JavaScript breakpoint? No, it's not. What is going on here? Pause on exception. Can I read store item of undefined? What did I do? What could I have even done? Is styles already used somewhere? Yeah, it is. Never mind. That's why. Okay, my bad. So we'll say image styles, something like that. All right, so we should see tons of images. Yep, exactly. And as I scroll down, yeah, there's no locking up of the page at all. Other than that, let's have this do 100 images. I just wanted to see if I can figure out what's going on here. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, no, this is definitely locking up. It's not a resize thing. I just cannot move the scroll bar while this is happening. Yeah. This is where you run the Chrome process out of memory? Yeah, probably. Botland, how much we using here? Just a casual half gig. Okay, well, we don't need to do this any longer. Alright, apparently you do so by trying to output 100 images to each cell. Because it was there was a streamer who I think got banned for saying that they were 12 years old once as a joke. There's some like auto moderation thing that happened. Hey, Evilation. Alright. I still don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here then. Because this never should have happened all at once anyway. We could set... Man, I don't want to keep working on this. Why are you writing everything down? It really helps when I'm streaming to be able to context switch, answer things in chat, like why are you writing everything down, and then be able to get back to the work that I was doing. I do find this very helpful. It was a habit I started a while ago, even before I was streaming. So what can I do here? I guess it's the DOM manipulation that's slowing everything down, right? What if I just didn't output these things to the DOM? That is a great idea. Let's try that out. So here's what we'll do. We'll go do this. Image styles equals an empty array. So now we're going to generate 100 images still, but we're not going to render any of them. So we'll know for sure whether it was... Oh, right, you can't do that. There. Okay, we'll know for sure whether it was the generation of base64 data or whether it was editing the DOM. This will tell us. No, it is getting the base64 data that's doing it. Yeah. So I guess we just had to do that on another thread. I don't know if any of those words just came out correctly because I wasn't paying attention to what I was saying. If I get the base64 data... Oh, but this is happening from the thing that's trying to render to the DOM. From the render method. Without ever rendering that data. Then it still locks up. This is... So this either means that I should do this from outside of the render function, or that I should try to get the base64 data processing on another thread with web workers. But the 100%, isn't that just lazy loading 100 at a time? Not, wait, for some reason chat scrolled and not lazy loading every image. Yeah, it is lazy loading 100 at a time. But that's what I was trying to test here, is what happens when you have a ton of images there? Like, was there some magical solution that was causing this to not happen, or was it just not obvious because there was only one image loading? So what I determined from that is nothing magical is happening, it just wasn't obvious. And once you have 100 images, it's very obvious. Scroll up and read my last comment. Can you please make all the cosmetic boxes fixed height and render them all as placeholders so the UI doesn't jump around and things like? Yeah. Oh, EJ, it's actually a good thing you reported that streamer. If I was a parent, I probably wouldn't want my 10-year-old kid on Twitch, on streaming at least. How much juice sold today? And nice, Endor. I'm glad you got your phone. Good. All right, cool. So how would I do this from outside of a render function? Well, we could... Hang on, let me think about this. To test whether this is just a DOM problem, we could use the same base64 string the entire time. So let's get one of these strings. Let's get this one. Actually, no, let's get the ladybug head. I'm going to try to use this image as much as possible. Alright. Right click, inspect element. Where's right click? There it is. Alright, here we go. So we just take this, open link in new tab. We got the ladybug head. Perfect. So now we take this gigantic blob of text and we save this here. So when we say returning cache data, what we're going to do is we'll say return. Does this have quotation marks in it? No, it does not. Excuse me. So we just paste this here. There, perfect. And just who cares if your horizontal scroll bar goes, 6 light years to the right? Who cares? I don't care. So there, returning cache data. So now it's always going to return the ladybug head. And what was I doing to test this? Oh yeah, that's right. See if it was... Wait, I already confirmed this, didn't I? What was the point of this? Good God, this is why I write things down. Because I can't remember what I was doing 10 seconds ago. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's try this. So this will try putting 101 images. No, this still causes things to lag too. So it's both parts. It's the manipulation of the DOM and it's the creation of base64 data. Both of these are responsible for screwing up scrolling here. Great. Why did the bot just do that? Someone must have whispered it. Probably Avixator. Juice has been edited. Private message, Juice. Yeah. You can whisper all sorts of things. Okay, so conclusion. Processing base64 data causes scrolling to hang, and putting a bunch of base64 data into the DOM causes scrolling to hang. Yeah, did you say, I don't know why it doesn't work for you. The bot hates you. So we've made no progress today. No progress. Didn't answer my question about hating CSS. I hate CSS, ban me. Did you say something else? Zintonic, if you typed a long message, I didn't get it. I don't see anything in chat from you. Take a look at this. Chat logs. Oh, didn't answer your question. Oh, the bot did. And yeah, I know, Casper. I'm just dejected, that's all. We should try multiple canvases. Nothing else is going to make this any better. So why is this so slow? Oh, it's doing this 100 times still. Actually, it should do this 0 times. I don't know why I was doing this. This should have been a constant. The other thing is, even if I come up with a solution for all this stuff, I need to make it so that I can reuse it. It's a feature, ship it. It is adorable. Which ladybug head would you like to purchase? A $200 one, or well, they're all $200. Huh. That's a mistake. I probably just never set rarities yet. Who needs pin codes? Yeah, I've been using the fingerprint sensor on this thing, but it's in a very weird position. So you hold your phone like this, and you want to swipe like this, but it wants you to swipe with your thumb vertical, I think. What about a page system? So only 10 to 20 items show per page. I don't want the user to have to tap to see all the different sorts of things, though. I think having them displayed like this and just being able to scroll through the hundreds and hundreds of things there might be, I think this would be fine. I mean, there are ways, okay, so basically what I'm trying to do is accomplish the scenario I set out to do. Now, whether or not that scenario is best is another question, to which I think the answer is still like, yes, I think having this, it's sort of like how almost all image sites work, right? As you scroll down, it just keeps loading more things for you. Or a per section. Yeah, the other thing about having a per section, though, would be eventually these sections will have more than 24 things. And once that's the case, then you just need more sections. Keep dividing them up. All right, so we should try multiple canvases. I don't know how many canvases you can even have on the page at once. Maybe we should just start a new project and see what this would be like. Adam Ladybug. Welcome back, Kazoos. Alright, you still can't spam 4 times. Oh, Vexator. There's a limit of 3. Can't fool me. Okay, so let's make a project to try out a bunch of different canvases. Test out having a bunch of different canvases. So one thing I want to find out is, can you even have multiple canvases? Like 100 of them, let's say. So let's find out. Let's do this. Lepco canvas test. I don't need to do an npm init here actually. Let's just do main.html. And we want jQuery here. There. Then let's do main.js. So let's do const num canvas equals 5. You missed 2 zeros. Have you tried requesting a low resolution image? A lower resolution image? I could do that. The reason I didn't is because what you see here is the same image that you see here. So by just using the higher resolution image here, well, actually we won't be able to do that in the future, right? Yeah, I could try that too. Try getting a lower resolution image. It won't be cached for the preview item, but that should still be okay. Lepco ... Lepco is the same as make dir something and then cd something. So see how I'm in del/something? If I now remove that and lepco something, it makes it and then puts me into it. That's it. Lepco's the one who made the script, so I just used his name. It's my 300th hour in chat. Let's celebrate. For anyone who wants to know how many hours they've been in chat, you can type time and you can compare yourself to, where is it? Luculus. Wait, 300th hour. You're 302. According to this, at least. Huh. Okay, so jQuery, create an element. We want to create a canvas. Great. But I'm pretty sure there's a different way to do this. As of jQuery 1.4, you can pass things to it like this. So let's get a div over here. Or we could just use the body probably. Canvas ID is going to be canvas num canvas href title rel text then to body. So do we have a bunch of canvases? Did I not do this inside? O dash, what's it called? CDN. Oh, 7slasher. Haven't seen you type anything before. How long have you been in chat for? 1 hour, 19 minutes. You've been pulled out of lurking against your will. You had to type time. You had to. It compelled you. Alright, copy this. Alright, so this will give us Lodash. I don't know what it gets included as. Let's go take a look. That's not the right K. What does this get exported as? Nah, it's too hard to read the minified code to find out. Well, let's just try it. Debugger. Do we have Lodash? Lodash is not defined. Yeah, it's just underscore. Okay, cool. It's a lurker, get it. Wait, Hyrule Smasher and 7slasher. What are the odds that we have rhyming lurker names here? 1 out of 3. Hey, Sandline. I haven't seen you in a long time. What's up? So this will give us 5 canvases. Good, cool. Now we have 5 canvases with different IDs. And now we want to render something to each one of these. I'm a lurker. JF. You are a lurker. You guys can't do this. No, you have been in chat for hardly any time. And things have been pretty good with me, Sandlin. I don't know. Today hasn't been going very well. But Botland's come a decently long way. You can check it out there. Oh yeah, that's one of Hideo's favorite emotes, Luculus. Okay, so canvas, HTML, draw background color. I reverse my K and my C because I'm a cool person. Alright, so we need a width and a height. And then we can just get the context of it. And I believe it is fill rect. Yeah, this. So fill style. This. Cool. Sounds good. Okay, so once we have all these on the page, we can do this again. Actually, we just do this here. Canvas element equals this, get rid of that, put this over here, ID, except for we need a pound sign. Okay, and then we get the context and do all the rest of this stuff. Let's turn this into my style. Cool. So let's try that out. Now we should have a whole bunch of red rectangles. Canvas element doesn't exist. Oh, right. It's this way. There we go. Cool. Okay, next we want to get rid of whatever kind of crazy padding there's around these things. Width and height is set to 150 by 300. Width equals 10, height equals 10. I don't think, oh, that actually did work. Okay, but there's still something weird going on here, right? There's some like ridiculous margin or padding. I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm only setting this on one of them. Margin 0, that's not it. Padding 0. That's not it either. Why are these not next to each other? Oh, because of that. No, not because of that. Alright, I know what I did. I'm changing the width of the context, I think. Or of the canvas tag, probably. And I mean to be changing it on the context. Let's take a look. Yeah, width and height is that. Okay. There's some way to set this. I guess really it doesn't matter. Because what I should be doing is just testing to see how many canvases I can have. Okay. Hey, clone. So let's just make 500 of these. So yeah, you can definitely have tons of canvas elements. That's not a problem. I wonder if you can have that many in view. So if we say, oh, wait, check that out. What am I working on today? Well, today I was trying to fix a very particular performance problem. Images don't load very quickly in here. It's very obvious. If you go to play.bot.land, which is online right now, it's open to everybody, click store, and then click cosmetics, there's a very clear lag that happens there. Then once everything's loaded, that's it. Silky smooth afterward. But yeah, creating these images takes time, and then putting them in the DOM takes time. So I wanted to see, is there a better way for doing this? And what I'm testing right now is, can I use a canvas for all of these? And will that still incur any of these problems? This should really just be like this. There, so whatever size this is, it'll be set. What happened to my canvases? What did happen here? It's not outputting any of these. Strange. Let's see what I screwed up here. Width and height should be correct. What did I break? I somehow got it so that no canvases are showing. It seems the browser waits for all images to be loaded together. It's not what's happening here, actually. And I did a bunch of tests for this too. I'm using a lazy loading plugin for React, and still some issues. You can preload images to a canvas, then display select parts for faster performance. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to test out to see whether this will actually work better. And if it does, we can test it in my actual game. If not, then we at least remove this as a possibility. Yeah, so let's get rid of this. I don't know what I did to break this the first time. So there we go. And now all we want to do is just set the padding a little differently, I guess. So if I say padding -50 pixels. What? Invalid property. Huh. Well, it's not that I want anyway. Margin. There we go. Yeah. .css property name. Can we also set its style here? Apparently you can. Well, you can get it there. Ah, value. Yep, good, cool. All right, and then the fill style we're just going to change to be whatever that number was, OX FFFFFF, this divided by I, plus 1. That way we have some different colors going up this page. I just want to see if this works the way I expected it to. This part failed. Canvas element.css you can't do. Alright, that part worked. So now I just need to figure out where I did these colors wrong. Oh, right. Converting this back to hex. We can just do it this way then. I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay, G and B. That should at least have given me a gradient. I'm spending too much time on this. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Let's just try canvases in the real thing. Missing comma. Thank you, OMG High. I don't even know where it was. And I think I'm just frustrated right now. It does run game testing stuff, so it should work. Yeah, so there's a part of this that I'm doing that you might not be doing. So step 1 is download a bunch of PNGs. And these particular PNGs are what I would call like base images. So this is some geometry essentially, and then there's mask images, and this is for colors. And then step 2 is combine these base plus mask images into a single colorized bot part. And the way I'm doing this right now is by converting this into base 64 data. Base 64 strings for images are just really, really long. Loading those into the DOM or taking some time when you have like 20 of them happening at a time. Related to this, but too long for Twitch with some formatting. Found another issue related or not, I don't know. I've enabled paint flashing to highlight what part of a page need to be ray painted when doing something. Let's see example position news. Interesting. Now let's make the same test on the store page when switching. The whole page is redrawn. Why is that? This is very likely because I screwed up my React component for no other reason. I actually think I know why that's happening. I think it's because this re-renders whenever any of these states change. And inventory state contains what you're looking at the time. So that's causing this to re-render too. I really just should have a should component update in here and check it for maybe other things. I'm not sure what. Oh man. Well, thank you, Hideo. I did know about that paint flashing thing. I'm gonna have to look at that. Hey Soymus, how's dev coming? Pretty slowly today. Close out of these things. Okay, so this is at least possible. I had 100 canvases. I need to test this in Botland. So I think the first thing is get one canvas to show a bot image. Let's go try that out. So I believe even in the version of Pixie that I'm currently using, that you can push this to a canvas, but I'm not sure. Get base 64. And this is coming from where exactly? Yeah, get base 64 image data. Just been linked with one of the biggest, if not the biggest, indie publisher in the UK. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Also, I don't think I knew you were a streamer. I will follow you. There was an error following this user? What? I can't follow you? Alright. Follow. There we go. You get a nice green screen. And no, Luculus, I saw that. I also saw the kappa at the end of it. I think there's too much stuff going on right now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is figure out, do we have a function here to, okay, let me refresh this. Yeah, okay, cool. So texture dot, is there a get canvas here? No, because it's on the texture. Render canvas. Render canvas. What is this? What is this function? Renders the object using the canvas renderer. No, that's not what I want. I want to render to a canvas. The renderer used to generate the texture. Okay, so is there some better way to do this? This is container.js. The only reason I even have that information is because of a source map. I don't think I actually have container.js on my hard drive. I'd like to browse through this code base. I wonder if I have it. Code, JavaScript, Pixie. What version is this? 3.0.7. That's close enough to what I'm using where I want to see the API of this. Where would this be though? They didn't have anything called extract, did they? No, they didn't. That's in version 4. Canvas buffer. Maybe there's documentation that I have here? Doesn't look like it. Wow, 7slasher, you've been following for a long time. How do you get old Pixie.js documentation? If the docs were stored here, then there should be the old documentation in this repository. But they're not stored here. There's script, source, and test. Oh, man. They don't check in their documentation then? Apparently not. So Pixie v4 has an option to extract to a canvas. You know what we could do? We could look at Pixie v4's implementation of it and then find out where in the codebase that might exist in v3. I can't upgrade to v4 because that breaks all of Botland. Oh man. You think you saw the docs right there? I've given up on that now. Look at this. Just generally doing things in poor ways right now. Okay, here it is. So is there anything unique enough here? Canvas render target, does that even exist here? Oh, come on. I wrote a Unix tool for this. I guess I could just run this in Bash and it would probably work. Do I have that in my Bash profile out of curiosity? No command desktop. Did I not? This is the wrong Bash. Why did I ever install Bash on Ubuntu on Windows? Alright, for the right Bash. There we go. I still don't have a desktop command, which I should have. Cool. Why did I do any of this? Oh yeah, so that I could see, do I have the FS? I don't. Whatever, I'm done with this. That wasn't a joke this time. I know. And I know I probably should just go to that. Go to bread. Alright, let's do it the Windows way. It doesn't exist. What if these even existed ever? A function called canvas. Oh, hey, there it is. Render texture. Oh, right. So core texture, render texture. Oh, text. Render texture. Get canvas. Here it is. Creates a canvas element, renders this render texture to it, and then returns it. Hooray! Alright. So the render texture has this. Do I have a render texture? You'd think I would right there. Oh my god, it's right there. Yeah, get canvas. Wow. I remember when I was the owner of that Discord and I had to set everything up. Your problem. Alright, so I can get a canvas pretty easily. So I found it by searching for get canvas. It's in render texture. I have a render texture, so I just need to call get canvas. Alright, so instead of getting base 64 image data, we'll get a canvas out of this. This is going to break every single other part of the game. So let's not break every part of the game. There's an idea. Now I'm thinking... Unfortunately, that involves a lot of copy pasting. Alright, I am just going to copy paste this because we're just testing things now. Get base 64 image data as canvas. No, what? Get canvas. That's all we care about. Get colorize. No, not even this would work. Oh my god, delete all this. Let's just follow get image from item. What does this call into? Get from sprite name, which calls into nothing. Nothing. Then this shouldn't be too bad. So we'll just copy paste this. Get image data from sprite name as canvas. Except for we won't phrase it like that. Get canvas from sprite name. Sounds good. Cool. So now instead of any of this, just return texture dot get canvas. Done. Don't care about this. Don't care about that. Oh, thanks, Lepco. All right. Get base64 image data as canvas rendered to image as DOM element. Thanks, Lepco, for the great function name. So we're going to call this from, well, setup React needs to pass this into the store, I believe. So, I'll laugh at that. All right, let's rename that. How many changes can you make with just your left hand on the keyboard? Apparently all of them. That's surprising. So then in the store, we're going to pass this to the store inventory, which is down here. And store inventory should pass this to store item, I guess. This, let's just pass them both. Doesn't matter, both functions. Even missing the third, remember the missing third letter? Oh, base. Okay, so now instead of doing any of this garbage, let's delete it. And let's instead get a canvas. Something that's not garbage. Not garbage canvas. So this will give us a canvas that we just want to render as an element. Like, well, we can do that, because that doesn't matter. And then we want to get rid of this. And we just put our not garbage canvas right here. This is going to look totally wrong even if it works, because I haven't put any styles on it. And it all broke. Why? Because 1 is being passed in. Well, this shouldn't be that hard to fix. Oh, where did this come from? Yeah, that. It's just an ID. Oh, right, of course. I don't need to change this at all. I need to change the other function. Whoops. Alright, so item template, all this stuff is what's needed. And then we eventually just called into this. I think we just get rid of this. Just return this. Delete all this stuff. Delete this and put it with this. Get canvas from sprite name. Done. Let's try it. Okay, now something else broke. Good. Bad. Sprite name is 1. How am I still screwing this up? Oh, I'm calling the wrong function still. Yeah, I guess this was the function. I just should have not named it that way. Yeah, whatever. We're beyond redemption at this point. Might as well just dig this hole a little deeper. And there we go. Objects are not valid as a React child. So that's because I'm trying to render whatever that canvas was that I got back, or at least what I hope is a canvas. Let's find out. Cool. Oh, it's an empty string because it doesn't exist. Right. So if is string not garbage canvas. Okay, let's try that. Hey, we got a canvas tag. Just nothing's rendering. That's okay. That's totally okay. Right? Because presumably in this DOM, there's a canvas tag. Hi, Dweer. Alright, let's see. Div, all these lazy loaded divs. and yet no canvases. Oh, there we go. Object is not valid. Something else is going wrong. Let's delete this stuff. I gotta figure out what this is. Maybe I shouldn't lazy load these for right now, because that's only making this harder to figure out. Yeah, let's just duplicate this and get rid of the lazy load parts. It's still gonna break. It's not like this is just gonna magically fix it. But I should at least be able to figure out what the break is sooner. This should be coming from render somewhere. I find it very difficult to believe that render's not in any of this. This should always be a canvas object. So here, for example, yeah, it's a canvas. So we can just say add to watch. Canvas. That's it. It just doesn't work. Oh, maybe this isn't how you do something like this. I wonder how you would pass a DOM element to React to render. Oh yeah, that's probably not going to work. I get a canvas element out of this, but I don't think it's something you can just to React to render. How would you do that? React.js pass DOM element. I don't think that makes any sense. It's already in the DOM. React isn't going to manage it. What do I do? Like, I was going to say something I could do is render my own canvas element that's the same width and height that it needs to be and just get the data out of there. But is that any better than base64 at that point? Probably not. Alternatively, what I could do, this is so frustrating. I could look at render texture. The way this gets a canvas is by making a canvas buffer, getting the context from that, setting it to these pixels, and then doing put image data. Instead, what I could maybe do is put image data directly, like I want get canvas data basically. So I need to write my own function in Pixie to do this. Hey Swine, late stream today? I don't think so. I started at pretty much the normal time. And the plan is to go till the normal time, which would be about 2 hours from now. I don't know if I'm going to make it to that time. Yeah, I think I need to rewrite a part of Pixie to get this to work if I were to do this. I don't know if it's good to have any modifications to Pixie. What are my other options here? We have get pixels. Turn a one-dimensional array containing the data of the entire texture in RGBA order. The weird thing is this isn't used for this function. Okay, is this worth heavily modifying and getting to the point where I have a million different canvases in the page? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, Hideo. I think I need to write an extra function for that though. From the canvas that Pixie forms and use those in a canvas that I render for myself. Okay, so if I even do this, why wouldn't I just use a WebGL canvas and avoid all of this? That's the best question. I have all of these functions for rendering WebGL. If I could just have a bunch of WebGL canvases all over the place, this wouldn't be an issue. Did you get one canvas working and see how long that takes and then just multiply that by whatever? I haven't gotten one canvas working yet. I think I can if I do something else here. You have a batch file that pre-computes the images in whatever format you need and stores them in S3. Yeah, I can't really do that though because of the amount of colors you could have different. Like, I would need to cache every single image in these colors, for example, and then cache them all in this hardly discernibly different color, and then in this color, and then in this and this and this and this and this, and then all those same ones but with a different secondary color. So I can't just save every combination of these. Yeah, let's just, okay, you know what, this would work. So let's try this one, and then the other one is try putting WebGL canvases everywhere. I already have all the images in WebGL to begin with. I think the issue there is I'm going to need a whole bunch of wrappers for all of this, because as these things get unmounted, I need to make sure that I'm deleting all of the data that they dealt with. I need to make a component out of this that deletes Pixie data when it unmounts. Couldn't the store show one color and then when you click on it to examine you can customize the color? Yeah, that's possible. I just think it's a little bit weird for, I mean, the store that would work, but what happens when you're in the game and you're just trying to customize a bot? It makes sense to show you your colors for this stuff. So here, for example, all of these would need to show you images so that you're like, hey, what is bat foot? You don't need to drag it on here to figure out what it is. And eye torso and horse head. Alright, EOJ. I want you to submit a rap to me within 2 hours talking about the plights of programmers. If you're willing to store static images, then why not go back to what we talked about yesterday with having a job that compiles all user preferences? I think this is what Syntonic was just talking about, and I'm not willing to store static images because I think there are too many of these. First of all, there's just a bunch of different colors that you could discern, let alone these tiny differences of like FF0000 and FF00EF. Whoops, I screwed that up. 0001 I meant. Like, these aren't really discernibly different. No human could tell these apart. But like this you can tell apart and this you can tell apart. There's too many even at that level, I think. Like, just cache a whole bunch of different images. Honestly, this is probably the best solution if it works. What I'm going to try now is I will modify Pixie to return just the data that it would have used for its own canvas, but I'll use it for my canvas. You'd only store the image based on what the user selected, so you don't need every combination unless you have enough users to cover all options. Well, you eventually would have enough users to cover all options. Like, I want something that scales here, definitely. The Java Life rap music video, I saw that. But that's not something that EOJ made. Oh, you probably heard me say EJ. Maybe. I don't know. I was talking to EOJJ14, who I call EOJ. No, I mean, I don't think storage is an issue, except for in cases where you've got to store very, very large amounts of combinations. But in general, I should treat this as though I have practically infinite storage because it's S3 and I can just keep expanding if I need to. All right, so modifying Pixie. Let's go figure out how to even do this. Pixie is in here. I don't use it from here though. No, I use it from vendor code. All right, so we need to do that. Public JavaScript vendor and then Pixie. So we need to modify from here. Hey, Jamrod. Does MySQL have indexes? Because if it does, then you don't really need to worry about query time. It does have indexes. And I'm not going to be storing images like this, I'm pretty sure. Because like I said, I think the bigger problem is just that there are too many combinations. There are, I think, 14,000 bot combinations right now. Not that you need them to be combined. I guess anyway. There's 72 individual images, but then there's 2 colors for each one. And the colors can be anything from 0 to 2 to the 32nd or something. Okay, get canvas. So we're going to make a special function here. Can you explain why that's too many? So you have color 1 can be anywhere from 0 to 2 to the 32nd, or thereabouts, like maybe 2 to the 31st. It really doesn't make too much of a difference for this. And color 2 can be 0 to 2 to the 32nd. So what you need to do is you need to come up with image 1 in colors 00, 01, 02, and so on and so forth until you get to 2 to the 32nd, 2 to the 32nd. And that's for one single image. This is already too much. And like I said, if you split it up at like discernible human colors, you'd cut it down pretty greatly, but it'd still be way too many of those, I think. Hi, winged pairs. This is JavaScript. Oh, I said I should treat it like I have infinite storage, but you don't really have infinite storage, and even if you did, you're paying for all of that on Amazon. And this is just an insane amount of things that you're saving. So render texture.prototype dot just checking equals function console.log test. I just want to make sure that this even works the way I expect it to. Is there a difference? Is there a big difference between code languages? I'd say there's about the same difference between code languages as there is between human languages. They all generally serve the same purpose, which is you communicating to a computer. And they've got differences in syntax and sort of vocabulary, that sort of thing. All right, I'm on the wrong webpage. No, Casper, I don't look at this as money being the reason. I look at this as I don't think this is a scalable solution. So I don't want to have to output billions of images every time the artist produces like a new headpiece for bots. Yeah, I wanted to check this in here. Get canvas is coming from this. So we should have the just checking function. Texture dot just checking. Nice. Okay, cool. So then we can do this at least. So what I want to do is I want to take this entire function and I'll say something like, where did the just checking function go? Where did it go? I just wrote it. Oh, it's in here. There we go. Okay, so I want this to be here. And what we're going to do is we're going to return just this canvas data. Yeah, because we're always using the WebGL renderer. throw new error. This is not supported for regular canvas. So return canvas data. We get rid of this. We write here, this is just a modified version of, which by the way, would this show up in git status? Yes, good. This is just a modified version of git canvas to be so that we can use this with React.js. Okay, so we have git canvas data now. The only thing that needs to be done after this, so we're going to do git canvas data, and then we're going to do put image data on the canvas. That's it. Those are the two parts. This and this. Hey, Mike. You can still make Half-Life 3 jokes, though, Syntonic. So I just need to do this. We need to call this here, get canvas data. So this is going to be called get canvas, where'd it go? Good, so let's delete all of that. Great, so the one part left to do here is to have a canvas element right here, canvas. Style equals, God, I don't know. Position, absolute, left and top are going to be 0 anyway, so that should be fine. And then width of, let's say 200. And height of 100, and then probably a ref as well. Ref equals canvas. Okay, so what we gotta do here is say get, yeah, this will be fine. This is gonna return those canvas data, and if it's a string, then whatever, and we just won't have a canvas, I guess. So how does this work? This is gonna be set in render. What we need to do is set this outside of render somehow, and I've done this before, and I don't remember how. So let's just search for this.refs and hope that I've done this in the way I want to do it. This maybe. Set coordinates of panel. Drag move. Not quite. Component didn't mount. There's no check control. So after, no. We could do this when the component mounts, right? No, we can't. We have to do it. We have to do this when this is visible. Okay, anyone who knows React right now, I have a problem. So I have this canvas, and once this has started to render, I've got something to put in the canvas. But refs doesn't exist inside of render, right? So I can't just say like this dot get context 2D. This won't work, will it? I guess we could just try it. But I'm pretty sure this is a bad idea. And the way that this should work is this way. Temp canvas dot context. Can we do this? Let's put a debugger here. Canvas data. Let's try that. I don't think this is going to work. Pretty sure it will not. On component did update. Yeah, this doesn't exist. dead, it won't exist initially. Alright, let's look at the React lifecycle events. I only go to this 1,000,000 times a day. So it's got to be after it's rendered. Not called for the initial render. It is called on the initial render then. How would I do this so that... Nice soy mass. Yeah, I've seen this style before. Am I using React Canvas? No. Would I need to do this? That's an interesting way of doing this, though. So refs are just replaced with a function. You guys are basically saying do this. Well, actually, no, I don't follow. All right, well, let me try this. So we've got to store this in state, I suppose. And then in component, on component did update. I have a pretty good feeling that what I'm doing isn't going to work here either. And also something failed. What did I do? What did I do? Canvas data is read only. Whoops. Oh, I don't even think that matters. I think what matters is just this. And then we just don't have this here. Cool, let's try that. Watch for the blinking cursor. And the honest component did update. Well, it's either broke or caused an infinite loop. Set state cannot update during an existing state transition. Right. We want to... Alright, I don't know. It's not called for the initial render though, so this won't work. Alright. Base 64 string. So I guess we do this. Canvas data. And then if it's not a string, then we can set the state here. We would only do this once though. I don't know why we would even do it this way. I don't know. Still got this wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like I'm trying to do something that's pretty basic for React, and I'm just not thinking through this straight. Cannot update during an existing state transition, such as within render or another component's constructor. So in component did mount is where I could put this if I wanted to. Well, I could put this first part here. Let's do this. And then in here, just get rid of this and put this in component did mount for now. Why do you have to check if canvas data is not a string? Because of how I wrote a function that I'm calling from here. It used to be base64 image data that I was using, and that could have been empty, as in an empty string. I should just return null. Render should lay down the canvas, add something to component did mount to use the ref, and probably do should component update false to not trigger re-renders. Are you just trying to instance a canvas from a base64 string? No, I have... So my scenario that I'm trying to do here is I have some pixel data that I want to put into a canvas. So my render function has return canvas ref equals canvas. And I want to just inject this pixel data into this canvas. I don't know where to do that. Okay, what do we have now? So canvas exists, context doesn't exist. So I guess what I should do here is get the context. Ref.canvas.get context to D. Is this the thing that I want to use here though? This is what I don't know about. Hey, that actually worked. Wow. Why not use React Canvas? It looked like it was overkill. Like, what does this even do for you? I guess it renders everything to a canvas. That didn't change anything. Did it not change anything? Was it even slightly faster? Yeah, I don't know. I know the width and height of this thing is totally wrong. And that this image data should be scaled. Is there a scale? ctx.scale. That doesn't work. At least now when you do put image data. I feel like you never read readmes. Yeah. Well, what I took from that, whatever I did skim, was performance is bad on mobile. So let's use a canvas element to simulate CSS transitions and DOM manipulations. I don't think it makes canvas any better. I think it makes DOM manipulations better. And no, Tin, I don't work on one monitor. I work on two. When I'm streaming, I do all of my relevant work on one, and I have chat on my second one. When I'm not streaming, I can leverage the full power of dual monitors. Yeah. EJ, I'm just waiting for the day when you stream. That's it. Just biding my time. I'm like Brock's Onyx over here. It works, but the same issues present with or without canvas, right? Yeah, I think that's the case. I mean, getting this to scale correctly doesn't really matter. The point is this sucks. Can I just lower the width and height here? Whoa. Okay. Well, that broke some amount of stuff. I'm gonna change my username and you'll never know. You sent me a picture. You were saying how your hairstyle looks like mine. Now I know what you look like. Okay, we gotta resize it. Man, why do I not remember this? HTML canvas size. I always thought this was super confusing. There's a width and height on the element, which I think I've set correctly, and then I need to set it on the context, I believe. Height and width are logical canvas dimensions used for drawing and are different from style.height and style.width. This is what I think is ridiculous. So I wanted to set both of these things. You made it disappear. What is going on? What do I need to set this to? Oh, there we go. I mean, not like any of this matters, and not like it's showing the whole thing anyway. What if it doesn't matter. Okay, so what now? Well, there's something else I can try. And that's WebGL canvases. Maybe that'll be super fast. Scale the image down to the width and height of the canvas. Well, so, I mean, I could do that, but the problem is that this is still taking a long time when you click this button. So whether I scale it or not, it's not gonna change the speed of this. It'll just make it look better. I think Ladybug Head is actually the only one that fits here. And you can still read the text. I think every single other one is gigantic. Yeah. What now? You know, every once in a while, I get to show someone Minecraft for the first time. I showed it to my wife one time. I don't think she really got the appeal of it. But I showed it to someone over the weekend, and he seemed to like it. This is totally unrelated to Botland. I don't know. I'm really frustrated right now. I think this last thing is what I should try. If this works, there's still a lot of testing I need to do. This is exactly what happened with that database bug that I was struggling with too. I felt like it was 2 days of me just trying things, and at the end I wasn't any closer to a solution. There's no bulldozer foot. Oh, this? It's probably just so far off to the side. I don't know what bulldozer foot even looks like. Let's find out. This. Oh yeah, so the upper left of the image is all just white space. That's what you're seeing over here, is the white space. I bet if I zoomed or something here, you might see it. Whatever. Oh, actually, you know the way we could have done this? We could have set this to a very large size and then done a transform. Not here. Let's try it here. Let's try it on Ladybug Head. Alright, we could do a transform scale 0.5, 0.5. Yeah. That kind of would have worked. I know how useless this sounds, but since you're so close to alpha, think about how much this adds to the game versus how badly it shakes up your framework. So, EOJ, first of all, I'd like it if you could express any of your thoughts in the forms of rap, particularly with a beat. So please upload a bunch of YouTube videos saying the same thing, but I will respond to you this time. Yeah, I think alpha overall, the goals of it were definitely find out more about the user experience and how people like progressing through the game. And so to that extent, yes, this is pointless. But there's some other polish work I wanted to do. This is getting in the way of that. That polish work is also pointless for the sake of alpha, and I'm kind of just caught up on this. I think that we won't let this extend beyond today unless I'm very close to a solution. I think what's very difficult for me, at least when I'm streaming, I don't know if this happens when I'm not streaming, is that once I get in this kind of rut, I'm just stuck there and I don't know how to get out of it. I think it's because there's too much that's left hanging here. And if I do leave this task and I go to something else, then it's not like any progress will be made here. There's no one else working on this. And I'll just lose context. Store footer content here. Yeah, I should just write something like Syntonic, please don't comment on this. Alright, so here's what we'll do next, is WebGL canvases. So this worked in that I could render canvases, but I didn't try this to the full extent. E.g. lazy loading, whatever other improvements. So I don't know whether it could be better, but as is, it's pretty bad. In fact, something we could try here is get rid of all of the torso and foot items. So I could just say torso items dot. How would you get rid of everything in an array without rewriting it? Let's just rewrite it. There. So this will just render the head items. And I want to see what the lag is like when there are 24 images that I'm trying to go through. Still visible. Also, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't this lag on subsequent times? What does that mean? I'm not caching anything. That's probably pretty important. This isn't instantaneous though. No, it is still lagging. Subsequent time shouldn't have anything to do with it. You're getting tired, does. Yeah, Hideo, I know. There's a lot of work left to do. You know what? No, this isn't taking that long. It's just me. It takes a long time the first time, but then every other time... No, there's still some lag. I don't know. Maybe this is faster. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's faster. Pretty sure not having like 600 character base 64 strings in the DOM is a good idea. But I think what would be even better is WebGL canvases. So let's try those out. I think you should work more for today. I think you're burning out for the day. I think it's time for a mod straw poll. Oh man. Alright. Yeah, I'll try the WebGL canvases thing. Then I'll probably just pull out all my hair. Okay. So I'm not sure what kind of crazy stuff is going to go into this, but I have this Pixie wrapper thing with what is probably a canvas down here. No, Pixie mounts its own. Oh, this isn't good. Oh yeah. This is why I never did this. I think it's time to set a width on your login screen. I can't take it anymore. Man, I'm triggering Syntonic hardcore right now. He's Mr. CSS over there. Thinks he just owns Botland. Alright, I think this is going to be really, really tough. The problem with rendering with Pixie is that there's a ton of boilerplate just to get a canvas. So on their examples, they don't do all this boilerplate. Oh, whoops, there it is. Basics. They get a renderer, and then they append a view into that renderer. I wonder what happens if you append multiple views. Is this how we do on Botland? I use pesticides in my HTML. Try only one canvas and rendering all sprites of that, then render over it. I don't think that's going to work 3D extended because the canvas element can only be in one place in the DOM at a time. And the way React tries to work is by only writing diffs to the DOM. So you can take from a canvas base 64 data, you can put that into the DOM, but that's what I was doing and that was really slow. So what I want to see is what if I had a bunch of WebGL canvases. And the reason why I think this is going to be good is because what Pixie's doing in order to get me that data that we saw is it's getting all of the bytes from that texture that I had and then putting all those bytes into a canvas. And I think just transferring this is taking something like 50 to 100 milliseconds. Hey, Jath. If you do an all-nighter, it better be streamed. That's all I'm saying. I don't think I can ever do longer than a 9-hour stream. I think my average stream length is probably like 7 hours, and I know that's not very far from the maximum. So what happens when you put Pixie's renderer view in multiple places? Let's see. So we get this renderer, and then, oh, I had to do a whole bunch of nonsense to get this to work. I think the renderer's view, yeah, here. Inject WebGL. The DOM elements that holds a WebGL canvas doesn't actually exist until you're in a game, so we need to inject the WebGL canvas into it once. It does exist. Is there a better way I can do this? Oh yeah, I know there are people out there who do 24-hour streams, 50-hour streams. There's some people who stream for longer than 50, I'm pretty sure. One, I think that's really unhealthy. And two, I think even for something like a 12-hour stream, if I'm programming for that time, I think it's just hard to stay productive for that long. Are your sprites individual images or it's sprite sheet? They're a sprite sheet. There are actually many sprite sheets. I wonder if I should just make more views for this. That's probably not worth trying. We could try it anyway though. So I could do this. I could say body.append child this.pixie wrapper. Document.body. Then use only one WebGL in the background like you do in a match. But 3D extended, I need them to be in particular locations. I mean, it would theoretically be possible to put a WebGL canvas over this entire thing and then render sprites exactly where I need them to be, but it's not really feasible, I think. Hey, Die. I do an 8-hour sleeping stream. Do you think they'll ever allow sleeping on Twitch as a category? Okay, so this is what I was a little bit worried about, which is appending this thing twice. I guess it doesn't like when you do that. So this canvas, can we move this up somehow? Top negative 1000 pixels. Where is this? Whoa, there we go. Okay, so there should be another canvas, unless you can only append. Oh no, maybe that's what's going on. This isn't what I need. This is what I need. Yeah, there's a div here, but the div doesn't contain anything now. Yeah, okay, so we can't do this. So we need to clone the view. Or just make a new canvas. Probably just make a new canvas. It's everywhere? What's sleeping? On Twitch? Working a boring normal office job. In 3D extended, yeah, I could probably, if this works, maybe there's a way that I could make this faster in the future by keeping a bunch of, like a pool of WebGL renderers. But really, all this sounds just like overkill. Having a really long loading time when you go into the cosmetics thing is probably not the worst thing that happened in a game. Alright, let's get rid of this. I tried it anyway, and I don't think you can just append elements to multiple places. I would need to clone it, and once I do, it would be different from what Pixie is tracking. You know what's pretty neat? Sidetracking myself here. But Sublime has a feature where you press Control-K, Control-C, and you'll center the line of text on the page. This only works if you have too many lines on the page. So if I do something like this, Control-K, Control-C, well, it just so happens that halfway down the page is exactly where my keyboard camera is. So if I ever want you guys to be able to read what I'm typing, and I'm typing some long line down here, I can make sure you can see if I hit Control-K, Control-C. Neat, right? Neato times 500. Okay, let's tone down the insanity. So I want to do something like this. Oh, but I overrode render and everything else. I don't know. I don't even think this is worth doing. Yeah, let's probably just quit this whole thing. I need to switch to Pixie version 4 for this to work, I think. Because I override everything to do with render here. Although would it really matter for the sake? Maybe I should just try this anyway. We're losing him, boys. Oh man. Alright, yeah, we could try this. So let's get all the different, we need a stage as well. Stage, add child, animate, we're not going to do any of that stuff. Renderer.render. So this is what we need to do. Let's try making a renderer. Alright, I guess this goes in the store item. I guess all this stuff goes away. How else would I do this? Inject WebGL render is being called somewhere. Let's find out where. This component did mount. So we give it a div, and then this injects it just beneath that div. So that's what I need to do. The way I did this originally was by rendering a div, then in component did mount, injecting Pixie. I feel like this is the best analogy for Minecraft. Alright. So in store item, we need a div ref equals Pixie. Sure. Let's do that. Let's get this stuff back up here too. Let's get rid of the canvas. Let's get rid of all the canvas stuff that we had here. Canvas data, gone. Component did mount. Actually, you know what? Let's leave that there. But the rest of these things we'll get rid of. This and this. Then in component did mount, just like what I did in here. Wait, what? Not in here? What did I do this? I just looked this up. How did I lose track of this? Pixie.js, that's how. Okay, so in here we're going to do this. This.refs.pixie. Inject WebGL renderer. That's what happens here. Pixie DOM element. So what we really want to do is this.refs.pixie.append child. And we just need to get the renderer. Are you coloring with shaders? Yeah, I am. And yes, Casper, that's correct. I am showing images to myself off stream. Or whatever. Just imagine I'd said that sentence correctly. I think pair programming is pretty great. I'd probably do that as a stream on someone else's channel at some point, assuming I could just take control, type a bunch of stuff, ruin their project. Alright, so this renderer that we get has to be done something like this. Let's try this out. This is in component did mount. So we make a renderer. We're going to make it 200 by 100. Background color of pink. Append. So we do this here. Then do that from image. We don't have a bunny image, so we got to get this image from somewhere else. We actually can just get the sprite from somewhere. Let's do it this way. Const sprite equals this.props.debug get sprite. Stage. I really need a stage. I could just do this. Okay, I bet this won't work. For a lot of reasons. One is that I didn't code half of it yet. So let's go code half of it. Then we won't code the other half. Store.js needs to pass this down. And then setup React needs to pass this the rest of the way. And then we need a debug get sprite. So let's just try this in a really, really basic way. We'll just say this dot spritesheet dictionary dot get sprite bot slash ladybug HA art. Cool. Let me in, coach. You know, Syntonic, would you ever be up for that? Do you ever want to do a pair programming stream where you fix things like this in Botland? Your favorite store footer content here. How much real money would I have to pay you? I will give you up to $10 dues. No, actually. I do want to know if you'd be up for that, though. You would be down? Okay. I only accept Bitcoin. Syntonic 8. I offered up to $10. Alright. Okay, so I broke this. Let's find out how it broke. Can I read renderer of undefined? Oops. There. This might actually work. Oh my god, look at that. I don't know why this is just black. What about over here? Did this just break? They're all at the bottom for some reason. They all turn black as I scroll up. What is going on? Why would there only be 8 of these? A mock would be helpful. Well, we'd be pair programming, so I mean, I could describe what it is I want at any given time. And yeah, OMG, you do only have them when you sub to a channel. But only the emotes for that channel. So for example, my emotes are those 7 or 8 or whatever that is. Okay, so what's going on here? The background color of these things, like, this should be a canvas. It is. I wonder what's happening in Spritesheet Dictionary when I say get sprite. Yeah, it's returning a clone. So then what's going on here? I don't know. Do you want to pair program with me? Why the kappa, ZJ? Maybe I do want to pair program with you. So they're only rendering for these for some reason. But why? I don't get it. Also, they're rendering in front of everything, which is what makes me think that this is for the wrong canvas. Where are these things coming from? Yeah, these have a canvas too, which is not rendering anything. We can argue over each line syntax. Orange Ray, yeah, we could pair program sometime. Oh yeah, I don't know what's going on here. So I got the WebGL renderer working for some of these, but it inexplicably doesn't work for others. I wonder if it's a positioning problem. I don't think it is. There's a canvas here. It just wasn't rendering anything. And I don't know why. I also don't know why this is in front of everything. Z-index -1. That does nothing. So you can only have a WebGL canvas in front of everything else? Or do I need to set the z-index of this to like 9999? No, you can't do that. No, that doesn't make any sense. What am I talking about? No, that's not how this works. There we go. There we go. Now we just set this to a background color of RGBA0000. Nope, that didn't work. What am I doing wrong? No, the div... No, I don't know. You want to do pair programming on stream? I mean, I'm thinking about it. I think it could be a fun thing. I also mostly want to put Syntonic to work. Because he's been complaining the most about my CSS. And he also knows a lot more than I do about CSS. Alright, so as far as positioning these things, I change the z-index to something like -1, and then it disappears. So I would have thought that it'd just be behind these things. So it's saying something like display hidden. Where is this? Oh, display none. Yeah, and what happens to the canvas? It's behind this. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, so I don't have the answer to two questions here. So why doesn't it always display a sprite? And why can't I get this sprite to display behind everything else? Wait, you have seen it, Hideo? Pair programming? I think what would be toughest is that no one else has seen my code base. And I need to share it or something. Oh, you know what might be happening here? These are getting... No, I don't know. Oh, with -1 it goes behind the body? Oh, interesting. Thanks, Trophy. So then I just wanted to put the other things in front, which is what I thought I could do here. Z-index of 0. Then give this a z-index of 1. And give this a z-index of 0. Yeah, and it doesn't show still. Weird. Huh. Z-index is set to auto. I don't know. Yeah, so like I said, I don't have an answer to either of these questions. And even when I click the cosmetics tab, it's taking a really, really long time. And those they just disappear. I don't know why. And then sometimes some of these black rectangles come back. But I don't know why for that either. Oh, wow. That's more than a little bit broken. So even if everything had worked, yeah, I think on component unmount, I just got to delete this. That's all. change the whole stream both times. No chat interaction, constant interruption. It's cool only for the two guys, but kind of terrible for the viewers, sadly. Interesting. Alright, so let's play some Botland. Let's see, we got a lasers bot. I'm going to move this down to here, I think. Yep. This should be my CPU. Yeah, so let's just test this out. Alright, looking good. Yeah. Oh, God. I'll just change my bot around a little bit. Perfect. Now we'll just swap those out and hit the test button. We'll just speed it up a little bit. Alright, I don't know. I think we're done with this. Man. Top ham game. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think we're probably done with this. What's going on in the store now? Oh, I can't even click it. Probably just busy destroying everything. Some graphic textures? You mean just the artwork that I have for the game? I'm pretty sure I know why this is happening. Well, not the bright red that you see here. Is this changing over here? Oh, that button went away. Okay, so those issues aside, it's not that fast. Okay, so final conclusion. I should try lowering the resolution on the icon images, and that'll probably just be totally fine. Yeah, I would guess the canvas isn't there either. So we should back out all of these changes. Let's go into storeitem.js. Let's get rid of everything. So let's delete this stuff. It's a waste of time. Let's go into this and delete this stuff. Let's go back into store inventory and get lazy load back in. And that's everything except for this. So we got to change this to this. And then I think we should be good. The only thing remaining not tested is web workers. Yeah. What happened here? Where are my images? Where are my images? Oh, did I forget to hit save? That's probably all I did. Okay, cool. So this is what we're going to go with. It's like 90% of the way there, to be honest. It's not bad. It's not great. Also, what's going on with the size of that? Something's wrong there. Oh, I think I wrote this down. Oh, very on the right side. I need to figure out the right height for lazy loading. Okay, as far as lowering the resolution goes, let's take a quick look at that. I don't know how easy this is going to be to do, because the way this works is I just say get base 64 of this. Could I change the scale maybe? Colorize sprite.scale .x equals 0.001. This is going to be really tiny, but if it's any different size, then that means that at least I'm setting it correctly. Then later we can change it to the right scale. No, that's not working. RMRF/star. It's a great idea. So generate texture. This is coming from, well, render texture is one of the places I can take a look at this. Add to that the fix for the issue I found where the whole page is redrawn. You'll give even more milliseconds. Yeah. There's a scale mode here. Number. See scale modes for possible values. I don't think this is what I'd expect it to be though. Render the texture with a temp matrix. This changes the translation. Did you fix your rendering issue? No, I didn't. What I'd like to have happen here, and I don't think this is going to be doable, is scaling this before it turns into base 64. This stream's thumbnail. That is pretty bad. It's a great thumbnail. So I'm not totally sure how I do this. I can't just scale the sprite. I wonder if I could put it into a container that's scaled. Probably not. Test container.add child colorize sprite. Test container.scale. And then here we say test container. I don't think this is going to do anything either. Oh, maybe it did work. What? Really? So if we set this to 1, then everything's going to appear normally? It's possible that it still doesn't, based on the 0.001s that I had. In which case we would change this to 0.1. If that works, then wow, it's easier than I thought. But I don't expect it to. I think I'm just doing something wrong right now. Whoa, it actually is working. Wow. So the base 64 data for this should be smaller. I'm assuming this is smaller. As opposed to when it's at full size. Which the scale of this doesn't matter at all. So now this is... So it is 1958 versus 33,000. So yes, it is definitely a difference. Okay, so then what scale is appropriate for this? Let's just try half. That would be 16 kilobytes. So you don't have to convert your base now? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. Also, this is going to cache the lower resolution images. So if I made this, oh, I need it. Okay. I can apparently do this just by adding a sprite to a container. And then make sure the lower resolution is passed as an argument that gets cached. So now these icons will probably still look fine. No, they don't. So quarter size is bad, but now they look even worse over here. So I think half size is probably what we have to do there. Now there's also that thing about scale modes. Are those even used? Scale mode. See scale modes for possible values. So I don't really have that, but I do have this. So ... find stir snc scale modes. Alright, what do we have here? So there's default linear nearest. So we can set it to 1, I guess, and see if that changes anything. Where am I doing this? In here. So generate texture takes in renderer, resolution, and scale mode. Resolution number of the render. What is resolution supposed to be set to by default? What? Resolution equals 1. Okay, yeah, so we'll just set it to 1. So we'll say 1, 1. There. Now, if this looks any different, this is very pixelated looking. How does it look now? Yeah, it's still pretty bad. So all this means is that I can only cut this down so much. Yeah. So this looks fine. How long does it take to load? It's not too bad. And then clicking these would just need to load a different image altogether. I mean, this kind of looks fine. Right? I can't tell if this looks pixelated or not. And I guess if it did, we could just size it to something like 0.7, 0.7. It shouldn't matter if it's an odd number. Or rather an odd, I don't know what I'm trying to say, fraction, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad. And that probably cuts down the data from 32 kilobytes down to 25 kilobytes. Which 25 divided by 32 is... Oops, I thought I typed 32. How did I type 73? 0.78. Is that resolution going to look weird at right big screen sizes since you drop the size? No, so that thing you saw at the right side, this I just haven't fixed yet. These are what's going to use the smaller ones, and I just haven't coded it yet so that the one over here uses the larger size still. I don't mind if clicking this invokes like a 60-second delay before you can see this. That'll get cached too eventually. So yeah, I think these are fine. Yeah. Remember, it's the icons we're looking at, not this. This is going to look bad. But these icons look fine, right? Like you can hardly tell that they were even downsized, I think. Yeah. Because the other thing that I never did, I'm not even using the detailed artwork, but there is this option for detailed higher res artwork. And we have it for all the bots. I just never use it in the game. And for some places, there's actually a difference in the artwork. So here you can see there are some reflection points up here. The not detailed artwork doesn't have that. There aren't usually too many differences. Usually it's just higher res, and even this actually kind of looks bad, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Anyway. We're going to use the detailed version. The detailed version was supposed to show up in any inspection view. So something like this, probably we'd show it. In something like this, we would show it too. And these are things where, yeah, taking a little bit of time to render that, I think is okay. Adam, are you already working? What? What bother? Yes, then coming back to this page, everything loads instantly because they're already cached. So they're super fast. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Well, let's take a look. Do people play any games today? 34. Okay. So a bunch of this stuff still needs to be done. I gotta say, I think that's probably it for today, though. I think the bigger image doesn't look blurry. And this should be a matter of calculating. Actually, I wrote this up here, right? Matter of having store item get its height from lazy load. Will those res changes go live tomorrow? No, probably not. Well, maybe, but probably not. And really, that's it. That's all I worked on today. If you look at git log, yeah, this is the last thing I did. Fix the CSS issue. That was yesterday. Well, like I said, I think that's it for today. I know it's like an hour away from when I would normally finish. Yeah, let's see who we can host today. AGDQ is doing Mighty Number 9. I haven't actually seen that game. I think I'm going to go with ZFG. Yeah, so I'm going to leave you guys in the hands of ZFG and Ocarina of Time Runner. Today was all over the place. I'll be streaming again next on Friday. That's when I'll finish this stuff up and then hopefully move on to something that actually matters. Probably more bugs. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. See you Friday. Bye.